Hello and good morning, everyone. Are we good? Are we Gucci? Are we Tamaguchi? I think we are. Yes, my name is Sebastian. I am the novice prospect, and happy Friday. I was thinking we're doing a bit of change of pace. I can't really see myself doing programming today, like all that deep, but I want to do Linuxy things. I was thinking to myself, this is a project I've been wanting to do for a long time. I think almost pretty much since inception, since around the 2000s. I mean, it was sort of came up, it was invented or first written in 1999, as I can see here. But like I'm thinking the early 2000s since was starting to get involved in Linux. I was, yeah, wanting to do it, but never really had the chutzpah and the balls to do it on my own system, and never really the time or dedication. And I was thinking, you know what? Why not do this as a sort of Friday project over the next couple of Fridays and get ourselves a running system? Because I don't think we will pull this off in 6 hours. I don't know. Um, I have prepared a VM because of course I'm not going to do this on my streaming machine because it requires a reboot and that introduces an obvious problem. Anyways, let's just sort of jump into the part that's interesting for us to get started. I have prepared, as I say, a host, and we need some build requirements, but this is what we're going to go into: host system requirements and then building our business stages. So let's go and do things and stuffs and what have you. So we need basically something 4 cores and at least 8 gigs of memory. Why not? Ah, good question. Let me ask a question right now. RAM 12 gigs. You know what? I feel almost comfortable to say, well, let's give it maybe 12 or 16 gigs as a VM. And so let's go and power off. Is that a thing on Ubuntu? Apparently it is. Thank goodness. Okay, I have the thing here. Let's go and say settings. Yeah, thank you. And give it some more RAM because it'll make compilation easier. This 16 I believe is the 16 times 1024, right? Something along this seems about right. um, I don't know why I enabled UEFI, but sure. And I already gave it 6 cores of the 12 I have, which I felt was reasonable enough. But we can take a check in on GitHub and see um, how busy my CPU is. Yeah, I think 6 cores is enough. I think we're not wanting to push hard too hard there. In terms of like having OBS. Hey, Veronica. Hello. How are we doing?
My game's frozen.
Oh,
It's fine.
no, this is right. So, say okay. And what I'll do actually, I will start this machine with a detachable GUI. Oh, damn it. Bring it over here. Thank you. Because the intention is to actually
no.
use OSSH. It'll make it a bit easier for us. Right. And so I have created just my sort of default user. If I could type, if I could type, that would be helpful. How are you doing, Veronica? Nice to see you. I think that was right. I'm doing good. I obviously can't type. Yes, I can. So yeah, a bit of a change of pace, not exactly programming, but building a Linux system from scratch, meaning we're literally building every piece of software required, including boot partition, everything from scratch, from source. It's going to be interesting. I've built a VM for this because I'm obviously not going to do it on a streaming machine because it does require reboots and um, but yeah, I've built this little Ubuntu VM and then I just needed to see its IP, which is 10.10.10.178. Fantastic. Let me see if I can just uh, close and say continue running and backup. Yes. And then we can just pull off a little terminal. I think I should actually be able to just go like this because my SSH key should be imported. Seems Gucci, Tamaguchi, fantastic. Let's get going. Okay, so this is essentially the software we're going to start building. Bash, binutils. No, this is the software that we need. Sorry. But I'm pretty sure this is all fine. There is. So first off, let's maybe do this here, which is basically the build essentials. I'm gonna go sudo. Oh god, I don't think it mentioned style, so we'll have to make do with nano. This is gonna be sort of the point. I want to do this from a naked system, basically showing I can work with different systems as well. Nano, Etsy, Sudoers. I'm not wanting to type my password all the time. Sudoers D, and I will see that. Can we please just do this? What one? I hate Ubuntu already. Like this stuff should just work on an SSH pod, so there should be nothing special here. Let me try something else here. I'm gonna just go and install Emacs, no Windows, Knox, basically no X support, so you just always get a terminal session. Update and sudo apt. I don't need sudo, I am root at the moment. Apt install Emacs, Knox, and then just shits and giggles MC, just to make some things a bit easier maybe faster, and then that should be it. Oh, we'll need curl and git and then build a central file. While we're here, we might as well just install all that stuff. Yep, go do it. Local only, we don't care about email. We really don't. Right, come on. This is gonna be a lot of building time and waiting time, and then in between we will actually obviously have a look at what we're doing in terms of the Linux infrastructure at the best system. This is all fine. You a whole bunch of installs. Exit. Let me try to do this again. Not nano, of course not. Next. What in the shitting shit? What one? What no? Like, seriously, bring end is that way? Shell bin back. Okay. And what's your complaint here? Why you why are you insisting on extern kitty? I'm on an SSH shell. I mean, we can just set perm equals nothing, I suppose. Try that. We would need to do this in the root context. Or even better, unset term interval and term Let's see, to do yours. I will see myself reinstalling the machine in a minute. But put fucking ad on it here in a minute, or something more reasonable. My God. No, no, I'm effing done. Nah, I'm effing done. Yeah, let's tear the machine down and redo it. I think I have images that are still on my hard drive. But like we're not needing to wait for like long download stop. Oh wait, there was more options. I realized yes. Just power it off. Turn this boat off. You go away. I'll just remove. Gonna make a new machine. Oh, that wouldn't have worked. Actually, what you're doing. Can you focus yourself? Can you do that? Oh, that's the wrong virtual machine manager. That's also not what I wanted. It's a good start. It's a good start. Honestly, it's all fine. It's all good. Um, so this is my LFS host, and you can stick it. I actually don't know my space at the moment because I installed Cyberpunk last night. It keeps, yeah, I think we need to stick it somewhere else. Let's stick it in the word man. Shit. Okay, give me a minute. And so, yeah, remove the entire when prefix. All of it just. It was an experiment. I wanted to see if I can Cyberpunk work on Cache OS, and by the way, it worked. Like it worked beautifully.
It's fine.
It worked beautifully, but I forgot about the space requirement. I believe our home directory is now a lot healthier. Yes, good. Because I'd rather do this on an SSD, if I'm being honest. That's what I imagine, right? What we have? Yeah, I don't think cache doesn't work for me because of the hyper optimization they do. But let me see what we have. I have. I don't have just a normal arch, but Mint might work for me, or what in there? I wish I would name images better, but it's fine. You know what? I'm gonna end up actually grabbing quickly normal just arch image. Worldwide like mirrors, or let's just grab a local now. United Kingdom would help. Maybe these guys are not quite reasonable for me. So definitely that's fine. Yeah. I want a wget link. That's what I'm after. Same thing. Yeah, I saw. Copy link. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Yeet. We can in the meantime specify a few more things. Gonna give it 16, 3, 8, 4, 6 cores. Don't need UFA. Like, we can just boot from a legacy BIOS. This seems a bit of a slow 3 megs per second. Wait, what one? That seems slow to me, if I'm being honest. Try these guys. There's the guys, so copy when control C that and just do it again. See what I mean? See what I mean? I should be pulling at least 100 megabits, ideally. You'll never get ideal circumstance, but right, right. Now, ISOs. Actually, no, see, that's how you do this. Don't be unattended. I can do this myself quite happily. Oh yeah, size. Let's actually maybe look at documentation. I don't need to do any more thanking you. Let me make you glossy and put your weight on the side, and then we can look into the LFS documentation about the host requirements. Base requirements. I mean, cool. They have a little script here that sort of checks all the required software versions. I like that. We could even just do that on once we have our machine bootstrapped. I'm not gonna give something like 15 gigs. Well, actually, what we'll do is we'll give it 20 gigs, and then I'll make another hard drive where we'll actually build the LFS system. That makes more sense. And so, because like any Linux installation, I really need 10. I think I need 20 gigs, but I want to give it enough space to have space to build on in terms of its directories and that. So, but most of the work will actually happen on that other partitioning. Yeah. Finished. Not quite finished because then we go and say I need to do 1, 2, 3 changes. This is fine. Physical address extensions and nested. Now we don't need nested VT necessarily, but we'll pass it through anyways. Yes, nested paging and just use whatever hypervisor interval you want. Yes, makes our job a bit easier. With I need the network. I need network. Now we're not going to NAT this. We're going to attach it to my bridge, and we not modify these. That sucks. But okay, I can mount it on the first group. Would rather not pass it through right now during installation. That's not funny. Don't want the action to do anything funny with it. Anyways, let me just start with the new. There we go. Mount to open disk image. Excuse you. Why it failed? Why you fail? Hi, fucky walking? Oh, not my intent. That's fine, but give me a terminal, that's what I wanted. Yeah. Oh, there's two of them. Yeah, I did a little fucking walking. No, no, not move, move this into our number one. Now I can probably give you this. Yes. uh, yes. Yeah. What's what I'm saying? Okay. This shouldn't take too long. I'm not even gonna have it install a desktop environment. As I said, we'll do this from SSH. Um. Oh, okay. Not what I expected. I honestly never installed Naked Arch. God fucking damn it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Gonna try just push it and giggles quickly. With no. Choose a disk file. I mean you. You never let me down.
Because better.
Do not disappoint me now, Mint Linux. Yeah, just start it. You should be fine. Yeah, I don't think I need to do any mode set things or I think. I hope. It's okay, thank you. I was gonna say it's suspiciously black, but okay, we are alive. Uh, See if I understand this script before I even just download it and run it. Basically, you dump into a file called version check until the UCUCV token end of file. Anything following from standard input. That's literally how this reads. Then this is a bash script that I would rather see user bin env, but sure, I'm gonna install. Settings and variables user bin and bin, sure. For the path. This is how to bail. Okay, if you can't grab, if you can't set or sort, you bail with those. Learn check. You're reading the second parameter from type with type E. You're finding the type of something. So right. The the actual command. Right, it literally just parses the version, find the right kernel. Yeah, makes sense. Well, I think I need more space. Continue. I think I speak English. At least I pretend to. No, it won't need any multimedia fanciness. Will you do things? Are you doing things? What's going on? Okay, sure. Ah, here. Erase and install, yes. Do we need anything installed? No. Advanced? No, we do not. Go. Do it. Yes. No, I don't think I live in New York. Last time I checked, I wasn't. It's fine. I know I can do anything with other vegetables. And then maybe use any also. I think this is the different password I just typed. Yeah, okay, cool. Might as well. No, we're going to get some dictionary, so no content. Continue. Okay, cool. You're installing. So let's work a bit more through the manual here. Maybe actually go through view. This is fine. Machine was crashed. Maybe that was due to my resizing. Here's one more try and might not fuck around with the window during the initialization of the install or whatever. Well, no, if I would get away with the text when I install in Debian. um, uh, see, yeah, I'm not sure about this. Anyways, um, so by the way, maybe important to know, we will be using the system D version of Linux from scratch because that is the only version that exists as of late. Because they've decided to drop the OpenRC support, mainly due to support pressure. They just didn't have the manpower to support two versions of the boot, specifically with BFS, which is Beyond Linux from Scratch. Oh, sorry, BLFS, Beyond Linux from Scratch, and the other spin-offs. So they just decided to drop that support. Okay, enjoy.
You get no.
Okay, so we have our desktop. I'm sure we will get somewhere today.
Oh.
Honestly, I see myself installing Debian when it's on mode, raw dogging it all the way. But at least they have a sort of installer just straight up launches, even just in text mode. If you so desire and require. So here, continue a. Actually, to be fair, I have a US keyboard, so I should probably stick to that. No, don't need that. Go and do this. It's not a simple task. It requires a certain level of existing knowledge of Unix system administration in order to resolve problems and correctly execute the commands listed. You should already know how to use the command line to copy and move files and directories, list directories and file contents, and change the current directory. It's also expected that you know how to use and install Linux software. I consider myself proficient enough to probably pull that off. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Yes. I'll behave. I swear. I'll behave. No. Oh, no. No, that's all. Do not touch. Do not touch the system, yeah? Okay. We're fine touching here, I'm sure. Rationale, the rationale for packages in the book. I don't think I actually care why they chose certain packages and they didn't chose other ones. If I'm being quite honest, like I'm not someone that religiously fights over tools or sticks to always the same tools. Matter of fact, I've just this morning installed NeoVim because I'm thinking maybe I want to expand my skill set a bit more and learn proper editing in NeoVim instead of VS Code. I'm just putting it out there, like sort of, I like to challenge myself sometimes in these sort of skills, if I'm being honest. So, but that's something I'm going to be doing extremely well. Just learning navigating alone Uvim. When I seen the keybinds this morning, I'm like, excuse me, why would I use HJKL for navigating through a document? And then you see the different shortcuts that you're supposed to use, and you're like, yeah, sure. I'm sure this all makes sense. But I've already found myself sort of, because you naturally have your hands on that sort of middle row. Like, okay, yeah, I can see myself needing to use that, and then they use I for inserting or A for appending to the line. Like, so you don't need to navigate as much because it doesn't matter where you are on the line. If you hit A, you're already at the end of the line, you just append. So it's a different way of working maybe, but I can also see it being less stressful because you're moving your hand less around. Like I tend to move my hand a lot at the moment because going to get the cursor keys, going along the F keys, weird button combos to achieve the what to call it multi-marking of words and lines. Whereas what I'm seeing with NeoVim is you can basically do repetitions of things with just saying in the command line, hey, move 7 lines forward. So that would be, God, if I get this right now, either L or H. I'm sure it's L7 or 7L. I think number comes first. But you just type that in and it moves the 7 lines. You're not moving your hand and you're not typing down 7 times on the arrow key. So there's something that appeals to me in that. And this is what I've been doing, been getting used to relative line numbers in Emacs. So if I may show an example, and just quickly fire it up in Emacs, I'm sure we're fine here. You can see on the left my line number is saying 2, but it's also going up, down and up in 1 and 2. So basically saying we're on line number 2, but 2 lines up is this buffer for text is not safe. So like it follows where you are essentially in the buffer, and then maybe it's not as clear in this little file. And so let me go and open maybe my Hyperlink config. Hyper just for shits and giggles. So and then if we go and jump down, so the line on line 17, and to get to workspace equals 1, I jump 4 lines up, for example. As that's and now I'm thinking like NeoVim seems to make that even easier because you just remember your 4 keys for movement to start with. and everything else you just see on the screen, and it becomes almost just, yeah, muscle memory in a way. So again, something that is highly appealing to me. But it seems the install is fine. I just shouldn't have moved Windows around the other one. I can see how a virtual machine would get confused in that. Um, and I'm sure I know how to read documentation. That's sort of what they're going through here in typography and that. It's fine. So we have the whole system requirements that we need to now go through. We're nearly done with our system, I think. So what I shall do is have this script at the ready. And we will go and install a few command line tools on this new system though to get ourselves set up, and then hopefully we are good to go. But yeah, wasted already 40 minutes. This is not how this is why I had the machine already set up, but yeah, of course, things weren't. It's fine, it's fine, you know. Um, yeah, this I really don't like that people still insist on doing this. You are actually better off to just use you live in env, and then if you want to get really fancy, you can do you live in env dash s. I'll just get the show off. It would basically look like this, I think. Exclamation mark, and then user bin n, if I remember right, s, to basically allow you to attach more things to your command line. So you could say, for example, not C, but S to make sure it's a login channel. Oh, no, L actually, sorry. But the S here allows you to attach something to the bash command, or Z, whatever environment you choose actually for your script, because you can even say here, hey, go and do this in Python thing. And then you make this file executable, and you have instantly a full-on executable file in that language. Oh shoot, I don't have that set up anymore. Damn it. Uh, because I don't have what's it called? Streamerbot and Streamer.bot and something else, but they're Windows only products. I have things in mind and plans to get my Firebot getting these running again. But yeah. Like I can actually let's do it as an example. Let's clean this file up. Let's what is a I know no Python. Like how do you do hello world in Python? Is it just print? I know they don't do semicolons, right? Oh, you didn't ask me where to save that. That was an empty buffer that didn't go anywhere. That was silly. Let me do that again, and we shall make a new file, put it in home, don't care, right? Test.py, right? But again, that doesn't make it executable on a Linux, right? Shush, right? Now we go and make our shebang. User game and just tell it Python 3, and then I'm gonna just say print. I don't know if that is a thing, yes or no, but I have this feeling Python is a fairly simple language, so print seems to be one of the first statements, like hello Python world. My God, I can type honestly. It's today is a bad day apparently. Give me a terminal, right? I'm just gonna hmod plus x the test, I think I called them test py, not cdmod, chmod. Thank you so much. Can we do that? So if we now go just ls, there's my test py, and I can literally just say test.py right now, like this. And this is why I really like this user bin env command, because you're not relying on knowing where is Python 3. Sorry, like user bin Python 3, but you could have it installed on the path somewhere else or locally. User bin env don't care, because it then basically finds it through some mechanism. I don't actually care which mechanism you use it, but right. It makes it much more useful in terms of making a script more robust, because what works locally doesn't necessarily work somewhere else. And restart. Oh, nice, nice, nice. 5 streams in a row. Well done. Let me go and remove the. It is already removed. Thank you. This used to be actually scary in Linux install, if I'm being honest. Like, so there used to be a time back in the old days, my children, where we had CD-ROM, right? Of course, in our PCs, and it would have Linux installed. You'd be like, oh, yeah, cool, restart it, and all of a sudden the machine would just spit the CD out, and you're like, okay, I get that you're done, but you don't have to be so verbal about it. But yeah. But yeah, we have a machine here. I'm sure I can just. He who can type is clearly an advantage. And yeah, we, if I'm being honest, don't freaking. Yeah. I want to just quickly check. System DTL SHD. I'm so sorry, status. I want to know if this thing is running, yes or no. Sudo apt update sudo apt install SSHD. It's that's how I roll sometimes. I like my metal and I like my hardstyle. It's a weird mixture. I cannot stand pop anything in the charts. Most people listen to it. And it's not because it's popular. It's all samey to me, right? In a way. SSHD, what else am I going to need? We're going to need curl, wget, git, nc, sure, pocket, I'm going to get zedge. Although, no, we can just stay at bash. I'm sure it's fine. And give me, let me count for a second. Yes. I wasn't going to say it like that, but yes. I'm looking for. No, I think. Shelbin bash. Okay, so we're on a bash now, so I don't need to do anything special. I like my Zedge a bit more, but this is just a host machine bootstrap our LFS from, so I don't actually really care. Just some tools to make our lives easier. Oh, and build essential. See me. Give me 2 seconds. Brain. Ccache. It basically allows you to have builds where packages are cached if you need to rebuild or something. So if you have other dependencies that you're pulling in from somewhere, and you need to rebuild a particular part of it, those other packages don't need to be necessarily rebuilt, they can be just pulled from the C cache. So this is why I always just like to install it, and I'm also gonna bring in Ninja to build system in case we do have any things that get built in CMake. We just care about the ultimate product. I think ultimately we'll see how it goes. Just my usual build pipeline. Go. Okay. What one? What one? I apparently cannot do apt search. So a lot of people I know do actually just app search. That is actually another online query. Okay. Once you've done a super update, you already have the local newest version of what's existing in the repositories. So you're actually cheaper off and faster to do an app cache search. And then say, hey, what's a package for? I'm looking for the FFH daemon, please. OpenSSH server, they call it. Okay. Okay. OpenSSH other what was the other one that was feeling Ninja? I think it's Ninja Build actually. But by the way, I think another part for this music is for me, it's uplifting. There's something very energetic about it for me. It brings the right energy for me into the day. Especially if I'm having a hard time getting out, then something like it's just like, you know what, fuck it, let's go. Even though at my age it hurts a bit more when I do that, but you know, point remains. God, I can't remember my first fucking group, I hate this. Please tell me, is the fucking service enabled?
Coffee. Tea.
Anything, please, yes. Read something. Okay, let me read the system detail demon, the system demon. Pseudo system detail, then and reload. Is it, or is it just called FFH? Okay, it's, although the preset is enabled, which means you just need a reboot. Well, I forget systemd set no GUI boot. There's like a thing where you can set it to run level 3. Systemd, not system. Don't tell me Windows things. Yeah, there's non-graphical boot. This, yes, systemctl set default, yes, so super systemctl set default multi-user target. There we go. Sudo you get rid of all the graphical nonsense, save us a ton of RAM. I forgot. I knew there was something fairly quickly. Perfect, because I should now be able to let us test this hypothesis. SSH of the ID of card. I think it goes like this for identity key dot SSH ID. Thank you. And it's the public card that I'm sending over to I need to know your IP, my friend. Mein Freund, what is seine IP, ja? Energies. Oh, yes, here with the IPA. Oh God, no. IPA. 10, 10, 10, sorry. Sure, sure, sure. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, sorry. Yes. That's the key that you want. No, you want my actual password for the user. Mistyped. Number of keys added sounds good. What? Oh, hi, yeah, 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 yes. Hi, Bonnie. Hi, Bonnie. Blah, 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 blah. SSH and okay. Should just work now with my little passphrase. Now, unfortunately, I need one more step. So let's go on power off quickly, because we'll fix that in a second. But I don't need this window open. What I'm gonna do, and this is what I like actually in Virtual Box. I don't know if this is a Linux only feature. I imagine they have this in Windows as well. Yes, I know break time. I know before you say it. You can start it with the detachable GUI, or in our case, we'll actually just start it without GUI. Like it's running now somewhere. We don't need an extra window on somewhere. I can even go to this window right now. I can let it go. Probably call me a liar in a second. I'm thinking it's still booting up. Okay, yeah, I think we're still booting up. So, right. Neofetch? Yes, here you go, Linux virtual VirtualBox machine. So yes, we've wasted an hour with this, but it's fine. We have a machine ready. We can now start building a little LFS system. I will probably need to go one more into the virtual machine manager and attach a new hard drive. Of course, we'll have to build our new system on. Takes us all 5 minutes of one reboot, mounting, and all good. Anyway, guys, if you like this or comment and you like it, follow, subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5. And then we shall Linux from scratch instead of a convenient installer. But with that, I shan't be long. And with that, I am back. So finally, we have, as I say, a machine, but not quite ready. So let us quickly, which I'll put in box. Thank you. Go into the host. Now, I don't know if it'll let me do this during runtime, but I imagine you can attach a new storage. No, no, you cannot. No, you cannot. Okay, fine. I'll shut you down if that's what you want. Also, I did forget sudo apt install emacs nox because just no pain. I want no friction. Had enough friction for the day. Yes, install, do it. Thank you. I don't know if I said it, but I will say it again. Say, okay, it's a local only system, and that is his name. Yes, sure. We're not wanting to deal with any of the mail system. I still have PTSD from that. I used to work for a company where we dealt with mail filtering. It was no, just no. Reading mail headers alone, it became second nature to know exactly which blacklist someone came from. Like, no. I don't wanna. Turn my mic down a bit. I think I'm a little bit loud there. There we go. So sudo emacs. I want to go into sudoers D and make a new file. Actually, we can be a little smart here and say this. No? Oh wait, this is Edge only. I think. Oh God, I don't remember in Bashism. We'll do it just like this. It's fine. The minute I'm coming in from SSH, why is this with? Like, let me try something here for a second. Okay, I have other terminals. I'm sure. We have like Alacrity. What do you want to try that for a second here? I'm just is Kitty fucking with me? I mean, Kitty always likes to fuck with me. Yeah, we're just not going. uh, that was a so. Let me try this again. Emacs Etsy sudoers D. Oh, thank fuck. So Kitty was fucking with me. I need to go and figure out Kitty. I thought I was really good with Kitty already, especially with the oral part, but no, apparently not. Oh god, okay, that was even worse.
That was bad.
What I want to do here is say all equals. God, I think that's how you do this. We will find out in a second when I log back in. And we will try and do just the same command, I suppose. No, just no, don't. Yes, just go away. Thank you. Right, I now can say sudo power off. Power off. I says that's fine because we need to go quickly make a new hard drive. Listen, create. I'm gonna give it. How much do we have on home roughly? Where's available 110 gigs? Yeah, I'm not gonna use all that. I'm not gonna need all that. But 50 gigs sounds about where's my create window gone? Oh Scheißendreck. There it is. 50 gigs sounds plenty of space to sort of build a whole entire system in. Like build artifacts can balloon a little bit, but this should be fine. Choose that disk and say okay, thank you. Now start eat completely without a GUI, please, and say, oh, we can even wait. We can. We should see some update here in the preview. I'm thinking. Yeah. It updates very rarely, but it does. So we seem to be at a login screen. Fine. Let me go and close this window. Thank you. SSH back in and say hello. LFS host. Yes. Parted. Sudo parted. We need to quickly figure out what the partition or the name of the. Damn it! It's saved that. Fine. List. I think list device. Oh God. Print devices. SDB. SDB is what we're wanting to add in. Can I? First, we need to actually make a partition on here. I'm realizing, right? We can't just say, "Hey, use this disk." We need to actually. Do we need to select the disk first? I think so. Yes. Select dev. No, just SDB. God, Sebastian, come on. Cancel. What do you mean my Chrome has crashed? Am I still alive here? I think I'm alive.
Yeah, you're still there.
Okay. Okay. Do I need to be fully specific here? Apparently so. Now make part help. Or is it help? Yeah, help make part. Don't want to just fire it up. So what we doing here? Part type, FS type. Partition type is primary. We are making a ext4 partition. 0, and how do I make the end? Last sector, just -1. Yeah, that seems fine. Just use the entire bloody disk. No? Oh, wait, what do you mean label? Oh, wait a minute. I need to initialize the disk first, I think. Make label, yes. Make label. Let's get the help for that. And we want to make it a GPT. Well, no, not necessarily. What was it? It's not a loop device. I know that much. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll just make it a GPT petition. Right. And then I should be able to. Oh, okay. Why? Okay. Let me see if what was it? Is it quit? Yeah. Shush. We're not quite done here. Is G part of the thing? No, is it? What am I thinking of? There's a better. There's a sudo up install fdisk. I think it's called fdisk. No, oh god. Yeah, it's what we're needing. I think. I think it's a bit more. I'm a bit more familiar with it.
because it does the alignment for me. I'm not sure why it would complain to me, but sure. It likes to complain apparently, yes. fdisk dev sdb2. SDB, right, um, make a new petition. Number 1. Ah, you need to start at 2048. That's what it means. For whatever reason, but I mean, okay, I can. Yeah, even at the end, it's taking some sectors away to be fully 2048 aligned. That seems to be something that the Linux kernel seems to have built in, but sure, I can live with that. Because we still get most of our 50 gigs, right? And then I think I'm just going to write this away and call that good, except for we can quickly print the partition table, so it's SDB1 that we're wanting. But yeah, we're writing that away. We should be good. Trying to think how we can get at dev. No, is it proc dev? Proc devices. No, that's not what I wanted. There's a way to get at the UIDs at these, but it's fine. We'll just do it by SDB1. Emacs etc fs tab. Now, before we actually go and do this, I think. Actually, this is fine. We'll just make the partition and mount it into. Opt should already exist and have nothing in it, I imagine. We'll see in a minute, but yes. So we'll say opt goes in. That is a large jump you've done there. It's not what I wanted. Yeah, see, this is my problem at the moment here. I'm not having a UID. I don't know if I need one, but it's an ext4 partition. It's dev sdb1 in this case. That gets mounted into opt, and then ext4 is the type of partition. Don't think I need any of the, so just none, I believe. Like options and node dumping and pass. I think that's for the permissions. Like, this seems right to me. Let's ls opt, just to make sure ls la, make hidden files appear. Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay, I should be able to literally just mount that in as we are. Well, fine. I need to be root for that. I can see that. Yeah, sudo opt no, mount opt, Sebastian. I can mount any kitty. Why no? Why no happy? Has wrong fs type bad option bad super block. Oh. Linux list partitions by UUID. Block ID. Okay, yeah, I remember this actually. And then I can actually point at the device that I want. I think we're not mounted in, or we're not seeing the partition yet. If I'm being honest. This may require a reboot. This is a thing that the Linux kernel sometimes does, where it doesn't see new partitions, and there's a way to do it in runtime, but I just reboot. If in doubt, reboot. No, honestly, I've worked tech support for 20 plus years. I've said it before, right? But honestly, the solution 99% of the fucking time is just reboot the damn thing. Same with printers. If it doesn't print, just turn the damn thing off, wait 30 seconds, maybe a minute, and then boot it back up. And then phone us.
If it doesn't work after the third time, then
Yeah, 3 times is actually that's a shout. I like that. Yeah, do that 3 times and then phone us.
and then you can interfere with our
We want interesting things. No, honestly, the amount of times where reboots are just the solution, because systems will just do system things.
I would put in 6 times.
Oh yeah, power supply would be good. I can't type honestly. What's going on this morning? There's my thank you. I don't think we would have get mounted in our opt drive, but I will have a look quickly. LSLA opt. No, that it doesn't look like it. Sudo mount opt. We'll probably get mount that, yeah, because I did something wrong. But can we at least get block ID, sudo block ID probably? Dev, not dev stp1. There's our thank you. Give this. Let me sudo emacs. I bugger up so many things this morning already. It's doers d. What do you mean that? There is no exit here. Do you need a? Haha. Okay, I need to fix my Emacs config in this machine. One thing at a time. Right, I think. I like actually this errors remount read only. So if something happens to the partition, we'll do this actually, right? Then do a remount as a read only file system. The rest should be fine as is. Like, I don't see any way this shouldn't work, except for maybe needing a new line. Sometimes these Linux files want an extra empty new line. Let me go and fix one thing quickly. See, Etsy. Do we have a way to fix color themes? I don't like this theme, but fine. Etsy, I'm sure we'll have an fs tab file that will look weird because it's a backup file. Yeah, this guy here. Go awa, and the other one was in sudoers. No, not sudoers, not in the actual file. It's sudoers.d, which is a directory. Sebastian, can you focus, you feck? Backup file, big on, and that's a temp file that we're also going to get rid of. Thank you. Now, where am I? Who am I? What am I doing?
No idea.
Good. Neither do I. Here's our version check. Right, let's just grab this entire thingamabob. Why Marky? Yes, Marky all the things, yeah. No, don't just execute it. Just up to here. And so this is our end of file token, by the way, that was referring to up here, where so basically you say to cat, don't know why it's, oh, right, this is basically just a simple forward of the command, I think. saying you're forwarding into version check. But this is the interesting part. It's basically coming in from standard input, but standard input is defined as whatever is until end of file following. So this is in all this. Then you see this token, and all that gets inserted into the file. So I'm not explaining this very well because piping in Linux is always weird to me, but I understand it well enough to sometimes use it. Uh-oh. Something no right. So, just we can fix the file though if there is something wrong. So, no, it looks good, right? We're good. No, let me do the thing that I was talking about earlier. User bin env bash. We don't need to be fancy about it. We just need bash as such. And I think we is good. Except for chmod plus x. Because they want me to run bash version check, but we're going to just say, hey, we'll make it executable. And then say, hey, go just run the version check. Right? Okay, a few things missing. Cannot find Bison, Gawk, M4. Are you sure? Because those things should certainly be available to you by now. God, no, not Kitty again. Kitty didn't work for me this time. We need Alacrity. This should normally be all included in Build Essential. It's there. Okay, you know what? Thank you. Sudo apt install Bison. And we'll probably get moaned at because we didn't get the names quite right, but we can always search for them once we have this stuff together. Text I to any. Like I'm going by the small names that they've provided here. Also, you want a yak? Can we shave that yak? I mean, we've been yak shaving already this morning. And what do you mean SH is not bash? Let's just shave this yak first and see what happens. I'm still breaking that app search habit, even though I know about this trick about 5 years now. Was you actually needing text info? I think that's actually exactly what the package is called, if I'm being honest. But let's just do ourselves a favor and just search. Yeah, just text info. Text info. It's selecting Pyak instead of Yak. Why? I wanted to shave a Yak, but fine. But then we'll go next, right, and we'll wait obviously until the script is successful for us. But let's do this right now. Awk is new, Yak is Bison, and SH is still not bash. Do you want me to actually let me? It almost sounds to me like it wants a symlink pointing from SH to bash. LSLA User sbin. I should have just grabbed in here, but it's fine. Where is sh? User bin. Oh, it's user bin. Okay. Else la user bin. But let's grab for sh. Should make it a little smaller and easier to read. Yeah, don't point to dash. Of course not. No, 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 no. That's a terrible, terrible thing to do. So where is bash? It'll be in user bin. I almost imagine. Where is bash? User bin bash. So sudo mc. Let me go and just fix this quickly. User bin. I find these colors hard to read, and I will have to fix alacrity because this is actually bothering me. I don't know if it's just me, but this color scheme
Yeah.
is it's fucking terrible. Excuse my language.
It's a dark green on the light blue. Fine.
Yeah, but wow, no, this doesn't work.
No.
Where's my bash? Control XS and call that actually. You're not supposed to say it's a the bash link, the small link file name is going to be user bin sh. Okay. No, not that. Where's bash? No, where's no lsna user bin grab sh. There we go. Show me this quickly. Sh is user bin bash. Okay. Can we do the version check again, please? This looks more promising now. SH is bash, yak is bison, and arc is new, so we can shave our yak and make it into a bison apparently. My brain does things this morning. Hey, Smith, no, what do you mean? Was it supposed to mean? I just felt like a change of pace. Just going through the LFS book, Richie, and try and sort of build our own maybe system, in between, adding our own pieces, as it were. But at the moment, I am getting all the pieces together to build this all, which so far I think I have everything. Must have the LFS fund. Yeah. The Mount LFS is where we were meant to be with that. We can easily fix that in our FS tab, which, by the way, let's go and look at that quickly. Let's just DFH. Let's quickly look at this. Yeah, it's not mounted yet. So sudo mount. Well, let's actually fix this right now. Emacs. Let's see. FS tab. There's our UUID, and it's not opt. It's actually mount LFS, right? I feel like we've missed pieces. Let me. Oh, system requirements or interaction. Prerequisites. Yeah, what LFS user are you on about? Have I missed something? I mean, this part here, by the way, is not a problem. So the like LFS is designed to be built in one session. It's not an issue for us because what I'm going to do in between, I can easily go and take the VM and pause it, so we retain its state. Um, these two chapters. Oh, right. Chapters 5 and 6 is what you're referring to. Must be done as user LFS. Su LFS command must be issued before performing any task in these two chapters. If you don't do that, you're at risk of installing packages to the host and potentially rendering it unusable. Yeah, let's not do that. As a matter of fact, should we maybe make a quick snapshot of our host? Like before we do any big why no see no snapshot? Why go on? Is that not a thing anymore? Tools. Here, snapshots. Okay. Current state. Yeah, take a snapshot. Before LFS, right? A Virgin system. Well, Virgin-ish. Because we have already done things to it, but you know, it's in a sort of state that we can roll back to and say, okay, something went terribly wrong, and we can recover. Maybe a good idea, right? Chapter 7 7 to 10, mount LFS must be mounted. A few operations from preparing virtual kernel file systems to entering the chroot environment or chroot. Change root environment must be done as the root user within the LFS environment variable set for the root user. Easy enough done, and I'm sure this is all getting mentioned as we're doing these. Is just making sure we're doing these in the right order and with the right privileges. Yeah, I think we're fine. So let's go and say, hey, partitions, right? Oh god. Okay, so we may need to repartition the entire freaking thing. Let me go and so LFS is usually installed on a dedicated partition. The recommended approach to building an LFS system is to use an available empty partition. We have that to create one. So yeah, let's say this is where we want this, and we need to go through mkdir mint lifis. Right, sudo mint, well, mount actually, mint levels. What do you mean can't find UUID? Sudo system. Is this again because I needed to reboot? Block ID, please. For dev SDB1. Oh. Oh, that's the UUID. Exactly this. Control Shift C, sudo emacs. Let's try this again. Fist tab. Looks exactly the same. That's exactly the idea, honestly. There's no escaping needed for anything. It's meant to be tabbed. Could be. Let's just reboot one more time for the feel of it, right? Just because we're... as I say, if in doubt, reboot. We don't need a swap partition, honestly. I don't see it. Okay, we need 30 gigs, I gave it 50, so we're fine there. Also, we've got 16 gigs of RAM, it's saying minimum 8, so we should be fine there. Um, so we have a grub bootloader that we need to interfere with later on to boot into our new system, but we can probably actually share our home with the other machine. Like, why not? And the rest can literally just live as one partition. Honestly, that's fine. All right, cool. Let's try one more time with feeling. We don't need you, but also yes, let's fix alacrity first if I can somehow, because this is bugging me. Let's just ask the question. Alacrity. God, C. Okay. Or themes, I suppose, is the one thing, and then I need the config for it. I need to just know how it lives, where it lives. It's one of those. Okay. Emacs. Wait, that's my local. That's local. That's my machine. Yeah, for goodness sakes. Yes, this is fine. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So you say either config alacrity so that's the dank theme living in there. What's actually being applied at the moment? Mm-hmm. Just colors applied in here. Do I want that? That seems a bit weird if I want a theme applied. I'm thinking out loud here. Just keyboard bindings. Cursor, mouse, fonts. There's all sorts here, and then there's all these colors set, and I'm not. Okay. And then to your add an import to your Alacrity toml. Yeah, but see, we don't have the okay, under general. It would be. I don't think we have general. Well, that's window class. That's not what we're needing. Oh, down here, but there's nothing much in it, so there's no theme set. Why don't we go and try and set the theme that lives right next to ours? Because what was it? Let's just list it out here. Dot config alacrity. Yeah, just there, that, right? I can, yeah. And you just import the file from what I'm seeing here. wrong bracket there. And then in double quoting, apparently, we'll go from home to .config tty, and in this case, it's dank/theme. And so the reason it's called dank theme is because I'm actually using dank shell to sort of redo my entire hypershell. This is why it's looking also a little bit different at the top here, and yeah, just a different feel from last time maybe. Dank theme.tunnel, right? But let's see, because it's like saying live config reload. If I actually do this, what happens? If I save this file, I expect to break things, or nothing happens. I don't know about these cards, honestly, but I can't imagine it being stuck if I apply a theme. So either I need to actually restart the terminal this time round because we are importing, but this is exactly what we've done here. Import equals, this looks fine to me. Let's just for sheets and giggles this still looks awful. Yeah, that still looks awful. Let's find a different fucking thing. Because no. Why no XCT? Thank you. This still looks awful. I'm just sort of reading through quickly if there's something that I would normally go for. Yeah. Oh, for goodness sakes.
Actually, boy. It's just people outside, that's all. They're on their property, they're not on yours.
I like this actually. That for for this one theme that they have these, what was it, 400 or something platforms. Sorry, I lost like 437 different platforms that they support. That's fucking insane. That's honestly that's, and then they make it this easy to just grab. Download using the GitHub zip if we wanted to. Sure, let's do that. Let's copy that link. I'm not opposed to that. Let's do this actually from Kitty. Kitty can do this for us, if not much else with this SSH session. He's already had sausage, by the way. Alacrity. Let's actually do this right and maybe do this. You know, make their themes.
No, that's what you had to say.
Give. Thank you. Jump on. I'll grab dank theme, pull it into here. We'll obviously need to fix our alacrity in a second, but master zip, Dracula. We do not say blah 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 blah. Like, I don't see myself needing the PNGs. Like, why would I need to keep any of this, if I'm being honest? Kill it with fire, yeah. And then we go and quickly go to the bottom here and say in Instead of there, we go themes. Not themes. um, not Darkula. It's Dracula. Also, although there is also a theme called Darkula, which is I think just an homage or an alteration of the Dracula theme. Save. Now we need to see like a full directory. This looks a bit more friendly. Let me go into Etsy or something where we had real issues reading. What was it? I will maybe if I opened. No, I think we're fine though. I think. Oh wait, I'm in Kitty. I'm not gonna see that.
You're in Kitty.
I'm in Kitty. Kitty likes me being in her. This yes seems friendlier. Oakley dokley. Thanking ye. I am too curious now. I need to know why Kitty not work. I'm gonna have it all with Kitty, I think. Unless I can. Yeah, there's Kitty. Kitty, you talk to me? KittyConf. What do you mean authorization required? Oh, because I'm an idiot and try to do that as sudo when in fact this is just a user file. This is my file, not the root users. Key bindings, tab configurations. Alright, so you're just applying a theme there, and we could just change it. But that's not the problem. Our problem is SSH. Why is SSH a problem though for you? I don't. Okay. Problem for future SEP. It's a problem for off-stream SEP. Okay, we'll leave it to him to figure out. We have Alacrity working for us, and it looks good enough. Go away, go away. Creating file system. Yes, we need an extra file system because we've made it. Well, don't need it, but that's what we're going to do. So make that. Well, wait. Did we get mounted? Maybe we didn't get mounted because we didn't have a file system.
Probably.
We just had a raw naked partition. We didn't have anything living on it. It's like Linux doesn't know what to show. There's no directory structure present. There's nothing to represent how any of these structures are even made. This is what we need to do now. So, well, not on my machine, please. Let's please SSH over. Oh wait, did I shut the machine down? No. What do you mean? Sure. Oh. We in emergency mode. Why that? Go. Press enter for maintenance. Root as root. No, we're already. Can we investigate the FIS tab? I think that's the problem here at the moment. And then what I'll do, I need to just comment this out at the moment. Okay. Excuse you, I can't read anything. What's going on? Oh, we're already exited. Reboot. Don't make me hit you in the head with the button. You make me do this. Just start, will you? But like that would make sense that it wouldn't be able to mount that in. thinking about it logically. I think I can just continue running background thinking you, close you. No. SSH. Yes. Hello host. Make sudo make fis make the file system here, and it's an ext. Sorry, type ext4, and we'll literally just point it at dev sdb1. Right. Let's actually swap one. I think if I just hit in, if I type in swap one, it'll tell me about my swap. Okay, we have a 2 gig swap file, but honestly, I think we're fine. I think we have 15 out of 16 gigs available. We should be fine, honestly. Okay, this needs to be applied at all times. Now, since this is a dedicated user and a dedicated box for this, why don't we put this straight in our shell script? Right? Like, I'm not even kidding. We're literally gonna say here dot bash rc, I think it's called, or even dot profile if it exists. That's probably even a better choice here. Right? Oh wait. This file is not read by bash if bash profile or bash login exists. Well, let's confirm if any of those file exists. Dot bash, not bash, but bash. There's a bash history, there's a bash lockout, and there's a bash rc, but I don't see a bash profile or bash login, so that's perfect. We can literally just do this change in here, and we're gonna say export. I had an empty space that I didn't. I'd rather not have in there lfs equals not capitals mount lfs. Okay, that's where it's gonna live. Is this persistent? I feel like this wouldn't be persistent unless I ran it in my profile or at least in my bash rc. Oh wait. Look. The default umask is set in etc profile for setting the umask for SSH logins. Install and configure the libpam umask package, umask 022, and we could probably go and just out of curiosity at least look at the file. Etsy profile should be world readable to us, and did you not say it's an Etsy profile? IDU equals, and so this is how you set the cursor basically, or the prompt they call it, for an Etsy profile DSH do, so that you're actually going through a list of files in profile D to further assess things. Let's see what we can see in here. Okay. I'm seeing quite a few things and stuff. Shall we just assume umask is set, or shall we set it ourselves? I think we're gonna make sure that we're explicitly set, if I'm being honest. So let me go back to that buffer, make it one buffer only. And I don't know, there's something in me that tells me just make it explicit. Okay, just be explicit about it. Make sure it's set the way we need it for our environment. Now we need to go and exit once and log back in. we could have also just sourced bash RC in the profile if we wanted to, but I feel like this is the more sane method for me. And now if I print env, pardon me, and grep for LFS, there's our mount LFS set. Good. Can we sudo mount Etsy LFS? Patch, go lie down. LFS. No, not Etsy, but my god, no, mount. Can't mount. Oh, yeah, okay, of course, that's me. That's of course, that's me. We had uncommented it out. You're back. Go on. Go lie down. Pat. No, we'll just. Good boy. I think we should be able to just. Yeah, let's reload system D. Let's do demonic things. Can't find UUID. Are you kidding me? Did I? Let me block ID this partition again. It could be that it changed because we've applied now an actual partitioning scheme to it. Of course, you're not going to be able to do that, Sebastian. You need to ask root to do that for you. Excuse me. I am confused because I'm not seeing our partition dev fdisk dev sdb. Show me. Ooh, okay. Yeah, fuck like that. Oh my. Seriously?
No.
Fair enough. There's a Linux file system. I mean, I can do make file system again if I needed to. But Wagwan disk identifier. There's my partition. Can we print information about the partition itself? Sorry, M for help. Yes, I. This is our UUID. It looks pretty much exactly the same as what we've put in, but let's just Control C. Paste it in. Make that a tab. Mount LFS is where we're supposed to be. It's an ext4. We've made it specifically so. And remount it as read only if something errors out, please. Okay, before I do any more experimentation, why we like this should mount. Let's reload the system daemon one more time. And just try sudo mount LFS. Okay, can we? Sorry, this is starting to annoy me. I need this fixed. I know how to mount file systems, honestly, but somehow file is dev sdb1 in this case. mount point type options dump pass. Like there is nothing magical here. Okay, UUID didn't work, but I think we're now mounted into mount LFS, and I should see some, yeah, there's a lost and found forward sort of indicating we've actually created a new partition that we've mounted into. Fantastic. Okay, cool. If you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, subscribe, and then we will hopefully do actual LFS things if I did everything right. Grep LFS, and there's our yes, we should be hopefully good. Anyways, guys, with that, I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we will see how this all goes. See you all very soon. And with that, I'm back. This had me bugged. Really, I want to know why this wasn't working. What I'm gonna do? Thank you, thank you. Hey, welcome in, blah blah. Um, dev disk by UID, right? And to be fair, the UUID that we needed there was different than what we were seeing from the partition table. Okay. No, Was it though? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're mounted in. We're good. Let's keep going. We have all this said. We are good. We have mounted in. Yeah, they wanted us to just mount it in slowly, but I've just added it into FSTab so if we do reboots, you know, it's persistent. That is fine. We don't need to mount any other partitions. This is all fine. Cool, cool, cool. And now we need to go and change ownership a little bit. So should to own, so change ownership to root of LFS. We may need to do that. Indeed. Oh god. Let me make it a little bit bigger to read easier. Right, then we need to sudo's to mod change the basically permissions on LFS. Here's the FSTab, and let's actually fix it as thusly. Why not? Although errors remount, I like that one. We're gonna leave it. But this one, I think this is then how we persist our permissions. We don't have swap. Don't need to worry about it. Packages and patches. Okay. This chapter includes a list of packages that need to be downloaded in order to build a basic Linux system. The listed version numbers correspond to versions of the software that are known to work, and this book is based on their use. We highly recommend against using different versions because the build commands for one version may not work with a different version, unless the different version is specified by an LFS erratum or security advisory. The future set problems. I just want a basic build. The newest package versions may also have problems that require workarounds. Yeah, regressions, yada yada. Listed on the next page. We need to download. I get this. Okay, let's try and see if we can just find a mirror quickly. Try the Netherlands. That's fairly close, like in terms of geography for downloading. It's LFS I want. LFS packages. We are, which book are we on? 13.0. We should, yeah, 13.0. Is there a way, is there a, yeah, here's a full tar. So it's 600 megs, it's not terrible, right? So let's copy link. Yes, indeed. Well spotted, well spotted. It's been an itch that I've been wanting to scratch for a number of years, pretty much since its inception, sort of early 2000s, I want to say for myself. I know it's been incepted in 1999, but like for me, it sort of started in the early 2000s. Always wanted to go there, never did, and why not? It's Friday, let's take a more chill pace, as it were, you know. Don't stress the old noggin too much, but still do something that I find interesting and can easily get lost in, which proved by just taking 2 hours for virtual machine setup and getting a partition mounted in. But it's fine. This is fine. It's all part of the experience, right? So I mean, yeah, I like this actually. Let's go into the LFS, make their sources. I getting slightly sick of this, so we're going to do this way. Yeah, root doesn't have these set though, so that makes that sucks. So no. Okay, fine. Make dir v. Don't need v actually. We just need to say LFS and sources. Right, go into those sources, please, and sudo w get this file. Oh, I like this. Yes, let's do that. And then I can change ownership. Actually, all packages. Yeah, you still want this all owned by root at the moment, so okay, but we'll still do the sticky stuff. Chmod, come on, minus v to be verbose and show us what you're doing, plus x plus wt. Make this directory writable and sticky. Writable I get. A plus I don't quite get. I mean, plus is how you add a property rather than changing properties all over. But sticky means that even if multiple users have write permission on directory, only the owner of a directory can delete the file within a sticky directory. Alright, cool. The following command will enable the write and sticky modes. Sure. I didn't know about sticky. I've heard of it, but I never quite understood it, if I'm being honest. Do thusly. Okay. I have the packages. Okay. Why do you want me to do this push D stuff? But it's fine. I'm sure the file is fine. Like, if I can't trust sources on the internet, right? No, but I mean, I'm doing this from the official sources, and I mean, okay, fine. Let's just do this once, just to show maybe even how it works. Okay. So you go to the download location, and right next to it you always will find somewhere the MD5 file. Where is it? MD5 sum. Go into it and find yourself for your file this little string here. Control C it, or sorry, this is a browser. You just need to Control C it, not Control Shift. It's not a console. And then we can why not? I suppose you expect me to be in my home directory or somewhere rather than being actually rooting around in places I shouldn't be rooting around in. I understand. Right, and then I am in here, and I should be able to MD5 some oh right, okay. Wait, whoops. You actually want me to do this slightly differently. We're grabbing the exact. We're actually just grabbing the entire MD5 file, MD5 sums file here. Copy. Right, and then we can do MD5 sums C. Yeah. Because I forgot a space, of course. And there's our one file here being okay. Because the other ones obviously don't exist, but you know, this is one way of doing it. I think I would have done this slightly different, if I'm being honest, in terms of readability for the end user, but it's fine. No, I mean, like, seriously, let's quickly look at MD5 sums. Just give the user this, honestly. Just tell him do this. Is that just me? Right? Rather than have them exposed to all these failures, all these something went wrong. Right? If you're making the user already sort of pick up these commands here, right? Just make it a bit easier there and just say, hey, come on. This is what you're expecting to see, either an okay or a fail because the MD5 sum was wrong. But oh. John root LFS sources star. Do you not want me to do this recursively? Oh well, we haven't unpacked them yet. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yes. Yeah, fine. So what? This is our packages that we have, right? Let me just confirm this. There. This color theme is terrible. What in the Alacrity, you're letting me down. Ah, that was a mistake. Anyone know a quick, good terminal that works on Wayland? Found in Arch somewhere. West Ham Kitty, yeah, Kitty no work for me. Kitty problem with SSH for some reason. Ghost TDY and West Ham. Let me actually go the other direction and ask the Hyplant Wiki, because they have normally quite reasonable suggestions for everything. Not the ecosystem from themselves. Sorry, that was my mistake. Useful utilities, I believe. I think it must have, right? No, this is actual must-haves as well, but not what I was looking for. Seriously? West Ham was one, and Ghost TTY. Ah, I keep hitting Control Q because that used to be my terminal launcher, but it's not not Q Control, Meta Q, but it's not Meta T, whereas Meta Q closes apps. So whoopsie doopsies. Pac-Man is where's I forgot the name already. West Ham was it? Yeah, West Ham. We'll try that, and I'll also go and grab a Ghost TTY because why not? Can't have too many terminal emulators. No such thing. So here's Ghost TDY. Let's try West Ham first. Nope. Just nope. How about Ghost TDY? Hey, hello. And you've already sort of picked up a lot of stuff fairly well. Thank you. your theme seems reasonable so far. You're doing nice icons. I like. Uh, push the elf. No, actually, we'll just MC over there. I mean, I guess I'm actually not angry at the lack of color. I mean this honestly. I'd rather have lack of color than a color theme that completely throws me off and I can't read. Um, but it no worky with. Oh God, why not? It doesn't like. Uh, excuse you. It doesn't like my Midnight Commander. Oh, that sucks. But it does still take you this input. But okay, just more. There's something weird. But it takes F10, so I'm happy enough. Anyways, getting sidetracked. How tar help? God, I just want to know how to untar a file. Can you just tell me this? What in the yeah? Create list extract XF. Okay. Attack tar XVF even because I wanted to maybe be verbose, right? Wait a minute, push D. Let's push D into LFS sources and then tar XVF this. Okay. I think we just have a subdirectory called 13. Okay. All is good. It didn't just puke it out in here. That's what I wanted to see. I see BC, I see bin util. So all the stuff mentioned here is literally what we've grabbed. All good, thank you. Yes. Needed patches. Patches are also required. They are attached. I have attempted this once a couple of weeks ago just to see if I can wrap my head around it. And yes, like you can see here, for example, here's a BZIP 2 patch. So they are included. Good. Final preparations. It's the final countdown. I mean, in this chapter, we will perform a few additional tasks to prepare for building the temporary system. We will create a set of directories in LFS in which we will install the temporary tools at an unprivileged user and create an appropriate build environment for that user. We will also explain the units of time, SBUs, so that's like build units, we use to measure how long it takes to build LFS packages and provide some information about packaging the test suites. I think we'll just skip tests if I'm being honest. Like we'll just build and hope for the best, right? We'll just fly by the seat of our pants because why the heck not? Let me pop D, meaning I'm jumping back out from where I initially came, which is my home directory, and we're gonna say make their PV. So P basically makes directories even underneath, even if the parent directory may not exist. And V is just verbose. Whenever you see a V in the command line in Linux and in general, it's just verbose. Just tell me more. Ooh, tell me more. And then we can do funny things with the command line where we can say we want to create more than one command, one directory. We say etc, var, and then we also make stuff under user bin, so LFS again, and say user slash, again in those curly brackets, I think you call them bin. I can type honestly lib and sbin, which is usually shell binaries. So like shell scripts, I think supposed to live in there. Go. Oh, because sudo, I imagine, and we will do the user creation and changing of permissions and all that. Thank you. No, I just needed a pace of break, a change of pace. I just couldn't see myself necessarily doing programming like highly cerebral work. I wanted to just do something more Linuxy, sysadmin, which is sort of really the world I'm most comfortable in. Um, we'll go back to it. Don't worry. I'm trying to actually also think of a game idea. Like I don't want to do Flappy Bird because seriously, it's not a game I enjoy. And if I'm making something, it's something I would enjoy making, enjoy playing. So um, the games I sort of initially think are just too complex for my first game. I feel what I might try and do, just hear me out loud, we might try and remake our mono game project, basically make another Worms project with our own assets and yeah, just entirely in Godot. I think I may find myself referring sometimes to the old code just to reiterate over certain, movement concepts and physics concepts, but I want to obviously do this without like copy pasting. Like every bit of code that we put into Godot is going to be somehow coming from us, unless there's like really something I don't understand. But I don't think there was anything like that, and we can just get away with looking at the code, understanding what we're doing there, and implementing it in Godot. So we'll come back to it, but I like to do different things. I am a man of many interests. uh, I do apologize if that obviously breaks your sort of flow, but because I do sort of get the how do you say the idea of pair programming, even if it is remote or something like that. And if you talk about something similar, it gives you that certain flow, I imagine, and I've seen myself do it with this sort of thing in system administration. So yeah, but no, not giving up. Just change your pace. Thought it's Friday, let's slow down a bit. Let's wind up for the weekend. Wind down for the weekend. But yeah. So this I want to understand. For I and bin lipspin do. So this is a weird construct to me, and this should be forbidden. This is heresy. But I understand what they're doing. They're basically giving you I3 0 to 2 basically iterate through, but here's just a list of just trying to just deal with it. God, Bash is ugly at times, but fine. It's also I suppose terse in that way because it allows you to just get away with shenanigans. But do links from user to LFS, so that's sort of mounting it into the root of those, not linking it. I mean, I will quite happily. No, let's type it. Need to get more proficient in this. Bin lib and sbin. I'm sure, right? Do this whole syntax honestly is weird. It's fine, but okay if that's what we need to do. Can we, by the way, make this bigger for you to read? Thank you. Can I just type this out without it being a shell script? Like, okay, apparently so. LSV user. I think it's just the names of them, so that should be fine. I'm just not wanting to dump this into my own home directory. LFS I. I have a bad feeling. Oh god, Scheißendreck. Scheißendreck. But I don't see anything here. No. I'm not confident this was right. No, permission denied, so we got away lucky there. Ha ha. Okay. I am sick and tired of this. Can we do this, please, and just do this from here, right? Okay, and no, because we don't have the variable set, but why don't we just go and say, hey, export LFS and say it's mount LFS, right? Just make our lives a bit easier here. Now I can just do this again for I in the yeah bin lib sbin do lnsv user $i lfs $i. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I get that. I mean, and all of this is always experimentation and discovery for me. That's sort of the whole point, anyways. Um, I'm still having discussions with myself about engine, but unfortunately, the truth is, Unreal will not work for me due to NVIDIA and Wayland alone. Right? I have tried. Just creating a project was not even possible. I couldn't even like I had two crashes, like just running the app, and like it's not. It was a pain to even get it running somehow on my Wayland compositor and with Dankshell on top. It just, and I can't see myself doing it in a VM because you're just losing so much performance. It's just not worth it, especially on my machine. So Unity might still be a choice. I think they do C++. Like I think they accept pretty much any language between those two, and then I think they have their own thing. Is it C# only? I mean, you know, I'm more than happy with that. Um, and I don't know if I want to go the C++ route in terms of learning. Oh, really? Only paid for? Oh, fuck that. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Elephas I and say done. So you didn't do this here. Oh, right. Fair enough, yeah. Hey, T-Bone. Yeah, I'm doing this on a VM. Dude, long time no see. Long time. But yes, I'm building Linux from scratch. I'm streaming from CachyOS on a Wayland compositor with an NVIDIA graphics card. So that alone is already an interesting combo. We're running in a VM, by the way, here for the LFS installation. Of course, I'm not doing this on my streaming host. Fuck that. But yeah, it's going to be a blast, and it's already interesting. Been interesting enough. How you doing? Sorry, it took me a while to catch up there. God, where are we? We are. Right. It's linked them basically further down, right? If I'm understanding this right. No, LSLA. I can type honestly. Yeah. We have bin lib has been that's just what happened, and they just point further down. So if I was to jump, we could even just jump into one of those. I am sure. Then yeah, perfect. But we would actually find ourselves and use the SBin. I'm sure. Yeah. Um. Right. What we do next. Case uname M. excuse me, uname M was I know. Okay. I'm looking for the host type, like what type of architecture you were running, basically. Do you know what? Just do it. Do it. Just do it. Fuck you. There we go. The LFS editors have deliberately decided not to use the userlib64 directory. Several steps are taken to be sure, and the toolchain will not use it. If for any reason this directory appears, either because you made an error in following the instructions or because you installed a binary package that created it after finishing LFS, chill like a villain. Then here, then there. Go. Ooh, okay. Good. Yeah, AI stuff. So I play privately. I play with LLMs. Zero claw. We're not talking about that here. I want to always make this though on stream AI free and make sure we're actually learning from documentation and understand the process of how to get to the end product. That's sort of the interesting part for me, which is why, you know, we're doing it the hard way. We should always make sure that user lib64 doesn't exist. I know, right? What did user lib what did user lib64 do?
Never did to you.
Yeah, doesn't. Good. Next. Adding the LFS user. Yes, let's do, shall we? Sudo group add LFS. That is fair enough. Sudo user add. Dude. Oh, come on. No. No, not close. I have to, of course, now that you've said it. Is it in I dumped it? I don't know. Dude, of course. Let me. Of course. Download the entire bloody thing already. For those that don't know, let me just quickly show you Project Nomad. It's essentially Wikipedia and health knowledge, sort of rebuild civilization, if you will, offline. You can basically download the entire thing. It's less than 500 gigs. Like, I think, I forget. Linux show dir size plus subdirs. I forget how to do this. Yeah, this du. That's what I'm needing. Dus. 280 gigs, so less than 300 gigs. Oh yeah. Pi-hole, mate, Pi-hole. But no, sidetracks are good. Sidetracks are good, are fun. But no. If you want to sort of build your own apocalypse safe computer, as it were, yeah, Project Nomad is sort of one of your first go-tos to sort of start your archive of all of human knowledge. Is maybe exaggerated, but enough to, as I say, get things started again. If you need to engineering, medicals, like just survival, there's all sorts in there. Don't really want to spin up the instance right now because I think that would kill the stream. So, you know, that when we're not doing that. We are doing, but yes. The minute I see it, it's like, ooh, I want. I have no space for it really on my workstation, but fuck it, I want anyways. exactly that. I was really surprised at the low requirements. If I'm being honest, like that was the big surprise. Like the space alone, how small they can make it, and even in full size, how small it is. Like less than 300 gigs for most of it. Like yeah. So anyways, a user add is what we're doing. Is it bin bash in our system? Yes, it is. Okay. Add him to the group LFS. Make his home. No, that's group ownership and grab it from Etsy. No, oh, don't give him a skill. Sure. Dev, no. So a scale directory is essentially a scaffold of how a home directory could look. So you could like sort of preload certain configs and all that, and as you create a new user, you just pass in this directory, the scale directory, and then usually there's one living in Etsy scale that then becomes owned and writable over by the owner as you create the user. So, but apparently we want to start with a null, like nothing in it. Just nope. Okay. Because I think user add may add it as default if it exists as Etsy skill. But I think yeah, that's all it is. And then we call him LFS. Damn it! How did I end up in this position? Shit. Again. Fucky wucky that. Give him the bash shell, please. Make him LFS group member. Jeez. And then call him LFS. Okay, we seem to have a cutoff there for some reason. But that would have done it. Yeah, no, creates the home. And then give him a password, and we're gonna be really inventive here. Password for LFS, we're gonna excuse you. We're gonna make it LFS. Super safe, super safe. Now we're gonna sudo ch on the entirety of what needs to be owned by him. Make it owned by him. Let me just that's a lot of typing that I just fuck that. We'll just go and control. I fucking work at that. Do it. Changing operation not permitted. Did we not sudo ourselves? No, we did not. Sure. Right, done. And then, okay, cool. So we now actually change into sudo su lfs. Right, how are we doing on time? Okay, we're making progress and we have a user. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. We're basically filling out a bash profile with an environment set to home. Yeah, okay, fine, whatever. Right. This seems okay. Exec environment. So env is obviously an executable, but maybe we should investigate first. But it sets variables to those terms. Oh, right. So env already produces them. That's my assumption here, right? It puts them instead stood out. We just ingest it here and dump it into bash profile by how how is the actual act of? Oh, right. It's again we're doing the cat piping thing. Yeah. Sure. Cat and then pipe it in from standard input. Right. This is convoluted, but sure. And I should now see a dot bash profile that it is. Yeah, it looks wrong. But maybe that's exactly what it's supposed to look like. And I'm trying to understand this next bit. That replaces the running shell with a new one with a completely empty environment, except for the home term and PS1 variables. This ensures that no unwanted and potentially hazardous environment variables from the host system leak into the build environment. Okay, that I understand, that makes sense. We want it to be naked. The new instance of the shell is a no login shell. How is it? We just told it to. We just told it to be bash though for a user LFS. Well, no, theoretically because we've just reset all that. Yeah, okay, so we need to now set in bash rc a whole bunch of stuff. Set age. In terms of bash's hash function, hashing is ordinarily a useful function. A feature bash uses a hash table to remember the full path to executable files to avoid searching the path time and time and again to find the same executable. However, the new tools should be used as soon as they are installed. Right, this is basically about context switching, making sure that we're not remaining in the host context but going straight away into our new LFS context. This makes sense. Then we're setting the same umask. We set the variable again. We set some standard variables. This is sort of the usual. We set the LFS target to be our architecture. Call it LFS Linux. Or we might actually call this Novice Linux. Just to tweak a little bit and I think what it also is going to do for me is going to make sure I keep paying attention to the commands and not just blindly copy and paste. If that makes sense. I feel like that's something I want to be aware of and not just fall into that trap of, okay, this is just a bunch of grumph and we'll just paste it in. I want to understand it. I want to know why we're doing it. And then sort of maybe naming our, I think this is actually how we name our kernel later on as well, by this variable alone. But you know, just to have that sort of awareness always. Path. Basically, if you can see bin, then set a bin into the path. You add the LFS tools into the path. Call a config site this, okay, and export LFS, LC, all the variables basically then get exported into the profile every time we log back in. Okay, sure. I can live with that. Several commercial distributions add an undocumented instantiation of etc bash rc to the initialization of bash. This file has the potential to modify the LFS user environmental in ways that can affect the building of critical LFS packages. To make sure the LFS user's environment is clean, check for the presence of etc bash /rc, and if present, move it out of the way. As the root user, you run. So at the beginning of chapter 7, we may then restore this file. Okay. This is just a bash evaluation looking for the file. Right, and in case it's found, do a move and call it no use. Yeah, okay, this is fine. It's a ternary, I think you would call this. In programming, like when you do the if basically on one line, but instead of doing if commands, you just ask for the boolean with a question mark, and then you say right after the question mark what is, if it's true, and after colon you say hey, at least in C#, if that condition is false. Like, this is how I'm almost reading this. Just that we're not doing a second condition, we just do one. Oh wait, a fucky wucky. Also, I need to do this as sudo. So, how do we end up with this weird command line? What did I do here? Not do sudo. Okay, I think that must just be the length of it that's indicated there, right? What do you mean permission denied? Oh, right, yeah, because you don't actually care. You really don't. It's here. We need to sudo this thing. So we had to actually rename it, of course. I'm curious. What's in it? Like, what's actually so dangerous about it? I mean, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I can see already a whole bunch of stuff here that might interfere, like chroot. We need our own isolated chroot. Prompt doesn't matter. Maybe the sudo stuff might interfere with us later on. Like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. I can see that they don't want us to use this. So, but if I now log back in as LFS, we should have none of that cruft attached to us anymore. I will pass in J6 or whatever, just, I mean, sure, we can, why not just dot profile? No, I can, am I blind? Oh, we did this through bash prof, did we? Did I? Fuck you. Yeah, something went wrong here with our way of bootstrapping the shell. Somehow this got mangled. So why don't I oh, Emacs is looking for this terminal type again. Why? You should not. Why do all these terminals out like to be so difficult to me? Like, what in the feck is wrong with you? All yes, every single one of you. We've got 4 different terminal emulators, and every single one of them has a problem with its identifier basically making no sense to Emacs. But rightly, Emacs shouldn't care what terminal emulator I'm coming in with via SSH. But what? Is this something in my SSH config? .emacs the I don't imagine so. Like there's nothing really in here that should interfere with. I mean, no, this is the wrong one anyways. We don't have an Emacs config on the other machine, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't even fucking matter on the other machine. So no, it's my SSH config possibly. That's what I was thinking. I had a brain fart there. keys. That's it. There's nothing. Okay, I'm gonna try one last time to try and fix Kitty. For fuck's sake, again with this Firefox. Give me another terminal. My terminal. SSH, right? Bring me in there. And tell me exactly why I can't just Emacs, and then I will Google that shit and see what the fuck's going on. Could be just an environment variable I need to set specifically to override somehow. I don't know. That would probably be something I would pass in through SSH, I imagine. Something. What do we have in here? So, I mean, we could always export a terminal type, but why is this even an issue? Like, I feel like this message isn't exactly as helpful as it could be. Go away, AI. Yeah, this, yeah, give. Um, use kitty plus kitten SSH. Excuse me, kitty and kitten. Can we just appreciate that? Kitty plus kitten SSH. What? uh, yeah, sure. I'll give that kitty a kitten.
Excuse me?
Mm.
That fucking nuts.
I'm sorry. It's 10, 30.
It is really innocent. You don't even want to be out.
No, don't change
No.
anything. Yeah, sure. Here's my key.
No.
Okay. And surprising enough, we are connected directly there to the SSH session. But it does say here to do this the first time instead of, and I imagine the answer is also saying that afterwards it's fine, right? So let me I want space. So let's exit and SSH just as usual. And then say Emacs Pro. Okay, I have my Emacs back. I'm happy. I'm a happy chappy. But how did you do that? That I want to understand, because you must have done something somewhere. So let's start in bash rc. Oh my goodness! Again, I'll know it when I see it. Color prompt. This just Debian stuff. Kitty did something. What Kitty do? Profile? No, it's just our export down there, but no. I'm surprised. Did you inject something into config? Not that I can see immediately. Local kitty SSH kitten. What did you shell integration? Oh, hello. Kitty bash. But how did you get? How did you get launched though? Because bash wouldn't just call you. Okay, something to maybe investigate another time. That this is me getting sidetracked. I'm just I like to poke at things, and this was curious, but it works now, and that's all we really care about, right? Um, and then I think I want to run these two profiles, these two commands again, because I I don't know about this particular thing. Like, I think I'm just, what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna actually copy it as is and Emacs it straight into dot profile. Dot bash profile, actually. Wait, is this? Yes, as the user LFS bash profile. Right, that's basically what needs to be in there, okay? Then at dot bash rc. It looks so much bigger already. What the fuck happened? Yeah, I feel like it. I mean, we can add these and sanity check. Like, this isn't too terrible, so. And essentially, I'll just go actually bash RC, because ultimately, whatever happens at the very end still overrides anything that happened beforehand, so we can just. Right. Set our LFS variable, LC all, our target, sure, user bin, reasonable. Thank you. Okay, anyways, it is a quick break time. You know how it goes every hour on the hour for me. If you like this sort of content, a like, a follow, a subscribe is always appreciated. I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we shall continue our journey. We have done this part already, by the way, with the Bash RC in our host system. This I might actually just put into my Bash RC or Bash profile or something. And then, or we could do like this, which just takes all the cores, which, yeah, let's just do that. That makes sense. So as a matter of fact, right, the cat dot bash rc should see that at the very bottom. Export make flags j, yeah, minus j, basically saying use cores that I give you, and then you just read number of processes in proc, which I think is literally just a command like so, and gives you 6 cores, which this VM has. Anyways, guys, with that, I won't be long, and we'll see you all very soon. And with that, I am back. So let's get straight to it. It's wanting us to source our bash profile. I'm just gonna lazily log back in. Same thing. Next, about SBUs. So this is the, I think they call it standard build unit. Maybe days on slower systems. I don't think GCC is going to be that bad. I think we're going to talk about 10 minutes or so. I think I've done it before. It's not all that terrible. 10, 15 minutes. We'll see. Yeah. We're fine. We're fine. We'll just test suites. We'll skip most of those. I'm sure. Like just from my own feeling, I don't want to run extra tests. Even says it's pointless since test programs are compiled with a cross compiler. They probably can't run on build host. Yeah, it's fine. Compiling a cross tool chain. No. Oh yes, actually that's exactly what we need to do because we're. Is it cross compiling in our case? Well, I suppose technically it is because we're not. Even if we're not changing architecture. Import. Okay. What you want me to do? This part is provided in just 3 stages. First, to building a cross compiler and its associated library. Second, using a cross tool chain to build several utilities in a way that isolates them from the host distribution. Right. Basically, things like GCC, standard libraries, and that need to be separate. Yeah. Okay. I get it. Actually, yeah. This is why we're doing all this. The build, the host, the target. The build is the machine where we build programs. Note that this machine is also referred to as the host. It's the machine system where the build programs will run. Note this is the user host. It's not the same as in other sections. Target is only used for compilers. It is the machine that compiler produces code for. It may be different from both build and the host. Okay. We really don't care about making it for another platform. Like we could absolutely, but no. Also, I forgot something. Is it bash profile or bash RC? We did want to rename this. Again, so I can pay attention on what I'm actually doing and not just blindly copy paste. Something like that, right? And give our kernel a nice name. I don't think much of this applies to us, and if I'm being honest. Right. Let's get the general compilation going. Let's sure, we can say, hey, is LFS set? And it's set indeed to mount LFS as expected. Let's just maybe do this guy one more time, just right. Like everything seems happy. Okay. No fails. No. And place all the sources and patches in a directory that will be accessible from the chroot environment, such as mount LFS sources. We've done that. Change the mount LFS sources directory for each package using the tar program. Extract the package to be built. Ensure using LFS user when extracting the package. Do not use any method except the tar command to extract the source code. Notably, using the CPR command to copy the source code tree somewhere else can destroy timestamps in the source tree and cause the build to fail. Oh, okay, interesting. So let's not use MC, literally just should do it in tar, that's fine. Tar xvf. Change the directory created when the package was created, follow the instructions for building the package, change back to the source directory when the build is completed, delete the extracted source directory unless instructed otherwise. Okay, so let's just go. Introduction. Okay, bin utils, pass 1. Okay, literally go into actually, can we not just push D this? That's probably easier. But LFS sources, right? Although no, stop. We should do that when we do the compilation, possibly. Let me actually see what you say. No, you just change directory into it. Oh damn it! I didn't mean to exit there. That's a whoopsie doopsie on my end. Let's not be more fancy than we need to be. LFS sources, and we're going to extract bin utils first, right? So tar xvf bin. Wait, let me actually do one thing though. Let's clean up a little bit so that the sources live just here. Like, I think I'm gonna move that tar out of the way. Literally just get it. Fuck it. Oh, for the love of. LFS packages. This should be owned by the wrong user. I'm doing all this as the wrong. This is fine. He's fixable. He's fixable. Yes. Okay, the rest is LFS. So this is literally just the sources that I needed to clean up. Sudo chon LFS, and as a matter of fact, I want you to do that recursively. Let's be verbose so we see what's happening. For everything in sources, just do it. Right? Change ownership. Okay, so cool. It's now all owned by LFS, which means if I sudo su into LFS as a user and tell him to go here, then he's now home at the moment. That's fine. Let me LFS sources, and then we can clean up here finally, right? I know, wait, because you didn't like the. You can go in here though, and we can. I don't know if any of this is gonna work. Okay, yeah, I can mark all my files quickly. And F6 them over here. Oh, you two, my son Brutus. F8, get rid of that directory, get out of here, and now I can just in sources be happy with bin utils being here. Like if I was to xvf and say, yeah, thank you. Excuse you. Yeah, there's bin utils, right? Okay, we make our own build directory. City build, and then okay, and there's a whole configuring preset that we what do you call this? It's a prefix is basically where things get installed to. System root is basically reading where our root of the directory is. More importantly, also where it's to find the libraries, the target that we have set. NLS is just a feature that's not enabled at the moment because we're doing first pass, probably disabled with error. It's fine, right? We'll copy that and paste anyway.
Lie down.
I think a window's still open.
Yeah, maybe shut it. Lie down.
Right, okay, create and make file, and then I think we just make. Actually, everything's explained here. Yeah, this I knew. Yeah.
No. You're not me, listen. You're not me.
Yeah, this target. The internationalization is turned off. Okay. gproof ng, which is not needed for temporary tools, and that's I think for profiling. Yeah, don't stop on errors or on warnings. Okay, even though you say error there, interesting. Use the run path tag for embedded library search, but sure. We just need the new style hash table apparently, but yeah, okay. I'm just gonna say this is fine. Okay, and it's a building. Now these first couple of steps shouldn't take too long if I'm not mistaken. And then make install literally just copies the output product into the path that's been defined in the prefix. Cool. And then oh god, GCC. Yeah, no, that's gotta be the big one. Because it requires build of GMP, MPFR, and MPC.
No. Go ahead.
So we're basically bootstrapping GCC by what is it, boy? Come see me. I think we're applying a patch. Hello, boy.
I took his ball off him because he wasn't listening.
Or were you being naughty and didn't listen, and now you're coming to complain up to me?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're not getting it back though. You're not getting played with. It's too wet outside. It's literally raining cats and dogs. Dogs like you, specifically. uh... Oh, Ronnie, I don't know if I said thank you early on, but thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. As these packages may not be included in a host distribution, they will be built by GCC, unpack each package into the GCC source directory, and rename the resulting directories so the GCC build procedures will automatically use them. So we grab... From what I'm understanding here, these are part of the GCC package. Well, once we unpack them in there, we just need to move them out. No, actually, no. That's not what it's at. But it's we're extracting them from one directory up. Sorry, I misread that. And then we're moving them into just the MPFR directory in our local GCC directory. That's what we're doing.
Go get your toys.
No. Sorry, I'm slow on the uptake, but this is exactly why I chose something that I felt I could wrap my head around if I just spent time looking at it and reading, whereas programming wasn't in the cards today. This I feel like, yeah, I can keep up and figure out. This example demonstrates the use of the iOrigin switch. It makes the set copy the tlinux files to tlinux origin and then edit the original file in place. So you may run diff to visualize the change done by the set commands afterwards. We'll simply use I, which just edits the original file in place without copying it for all other packages in the book, but you can change it to iOrigin in any case you want to keep a copy of the original file. So this is probably if you have also like patches. You could see what the patch is doing. So, what does this actually affect? That's what I'm trying to understand here. We're grabbing basically we could literally skip this entire part and just say sed, because we know we're on x86-64. And then basically we can now make install, right? Excuse you? Is it sudo make install that we need to do? The make was successful, right? Um, permission denied for mount LFS tools. I think this is a fucky wucky on my end. Gmod. I think we need to actually take the entire LFS folder and just give it to LFS right now. Because we don't even have a root user for the new system yet, essentially. There is no system as of yet. But we're doing everything as a separate user. So let me -R. Let's just be really go through the entire fucking thing and make it owned by LFS, and say actually here variable, because I should have this set. Oh, not chmod, chon. I literally said ownership. Right. Go back into sources. Was it bin utils we were building? Thank you. Build. Make it strong. Okay. So, yeah, that was a me. Right, GCC is next. Basically installed, meaning we can remove. Excuse you. We can remove the bin utils directory. In this case, because if we need to do it again, we can just extract the sources again and do a new build, but probably in a different context. Like, because that's what it even said to us to do, right? So let's just keep it clean and simple. Yes, why not? RF bin utils 246. Oh, we go for it. Okay, the tar file is still there. I wasn't sure there if. Yeah, because we didn't name the file. The file being the directory in that case when we named it. So cool. I've seen fucky wuckies ahead. Tar XVF GCC. Yeah, GCC is a big. And as I say, we will entirely skip the test suite. No way. The GCC, and then what we'll do is tar XVF. Bursting is MPFR. And this should just do it right here from what I'm understanding, right? Move MPFR, whatever, to literally just MPFR, like so. Cool. Tar XVF, what's the next one? GMP. Literally just like so, move GMP into the so. Look at me go, what's the next one is MPC, okay? Cool. Grab him and extract him here and move him to the just be called MPC instead of MPC plus version number, okay? Then we'll run this set. I think it's literally just this. Right, it's now I know set does what you call it, text replacement. So what it's doing here, it's replacing the word lib64 with just lib, from what I understand here. Something like that. Like it looks for line 64, like, But we will see a difference of that anyways. We will. And it looks there in GCC config i386 T Linux 64. Right, and we should be able to say diff. Oh, this is now the whole point where you can see what it's actually done there. Diff u GCC config i386 T Linux 64.org. Why are we doing that path? Oh right, okay, comma, nothing. So meaning either find me a file tlinux64 or Linux file tlinux64 and compare them to. That's basically what this diff command does. I was confused about that last little bit, but yeah, makes sense. And so it's went and found this line here, multilib, and basically literally done that. Instead of lib64, it's called it lib. Because otherwise GCC would build with that path, and they want to completely avoid that. And I see actually why, because the intent is to essentially get rid of 32-bit legacy, meaning we shouldn't have a lib64, we should only have a lib directory with no awareness of the difference between 64-bitness and 32-bitness. If anything, you'd probably end up doing a lib32 to add that 32-bitness. Which, yeah, next line right here. Let me see if I can. There's a new tool I found. I can sort of zoom in nicer on context, but yeah, here your names and libx32 for 32-bit systems, but still x86-64 platform, but it then links the lib32 path. Right, that's at least how I'm reading this in a way. And there's even more. This is, I think, the cross-platform compile. So if you were compiling for a 32-bit platform, I think. But anyways, we. So we don't need to build those. I think GCC built them for us. I think that's what that was explained somewhere up here. They will be built by GCC. Yes. Okay, cool. So we can just literally go make a build directory in GCC. Not CD. There must be, I've been thinking for ages, there must be a way to get the output from make their build to somehow pipe into CD. So it's just like one command. Like, this has been bugging me. I mean, Zedge does this as make CD to make it more easy, but it's fine. But I'm sure if I looked at the man pages for not built for CD, can we ask a reasonable system about this, please? Man CD, thank you. No, not CD, man makedir. I think the output of makedir is actually the name of the directory created, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Come on, where's your I'm sure that is exactly what it does. I could be wrong, but I feel like there is a way to pipe that. And I don't want to do it as a variable declaration. I don't want to sit there and say, hey, make me a variable, even if it's a local thing just on the line, and then use it twice. And like, no, I want to be able to say make dir that directory, and then yeah, I don't know. I've never quite figured that part out. Anyways, we um, we go into build and we configure our build. I will, of course, be lazy about this and just paste it like thusly. Paste anyways, please. Our target, our prefix, this makes sense. This is where basically our build tools are going with which glibc version, which system root to use to grab. Yep. This is, and I think this is how the way you need to first pass GCC anyways, even if you cross compile it or not. Like, you know, disable a whole bunch of features first, and then on the second pass, I think you get more better GCC. Okay, configure run fairly quickly, so make. Everyone grab a cup of tea. So this is going to be a series over, I don't know how many weeks this is going to go ultimately, because I have a ultimate plan, right? My idea is, can we build a Linux from scratch and then at the end make it run Doom? Like, but can it run Doom? Like that's sort of my. I want to build a Linux once and make it run Doom, like just for shits and giggles. But I'm well aware that the time I'm taking with everything and reading through, this is obviously not something you do in a single stream. So right. So I'm thinking it's probably gonna be 3-4 weekends or something. I think I might also be interested in doing this again, but here's a catch. Actually run it through a QEMU with like an ARM64 or God forbid RISC or something. Just somehow an emulated hardware. I mean, we're emulating hardware now anyways because we're running in VirtualBox, right? Why not take that a step further and somehow make a cross build for that? I like just like once I start understand all the moving pieces of how a Linux system comes together, you know which pieces you need to start. Like I don't know. I think that'd be interesting. Or wait, even worse. Even worse. We'll take the system we built here, right, and make it cross compile a new LFS system for a QEMU targeted for, yeah, as I say, like a RISC or like an ARM or. Just sort of ideas I like to maybe tinker with. I think it'd be interesting at least. If I had another piece of hardware, absolutely, I would maybe even start experimenting on there. But we are obviously going to be working on the stream machine, so there's always going to be that limitation of me having to do this somehow in a virtualized environment. But unfortunately, my last server actually died, so things are not good. But hopefully picking up soon again, getting more contacts with hardware and what have you not. Come on, build. But then basically make install it. So the build of GCC has installed a couple of internal system headers. Normally one of them, limits.h, would in turn include the corresponding system limits.h header. In this case, LFS user include limits.h. However, at the time of this build of GCC, that doesn't exist. Makes sense because we're bootstrapping, so the internal header that has just been installed is just a partial self-contained file and does not include the extended features of the system header. This is adequate for building glibc, but the full internal header will be needed later. Create a full version of the internal header using a command that is identical to what the GCC build system does in normal circumstances. So we grab the input, the content of limit x, glimit h, limit y dot h, and pipe it all into finally the dir name. This is basically the command substitution. We'll put a command in to get a string out of it, essentially, to then say, hey, so what's this? Get our target dash gcc print libgcc file name. Okay, give me a nice file name formatted in this way. Fair enough. Include image limits.h as the target where the owl gets piped into. Okay. Yeah, okay. But that I will copy paste because fuck that. That's after make install, however. I don't know how we are getting on here. Like, are we making progress? I see. Yeah, we don't care about warnings. We've been told to not care about them. That's the one thing that's always annoyed me a little bit with the sort of new build system in general. There's no real note of progress of your build. Like, I think CMake does this. I think CMake does this actually quite well, and as a matter of fact, if I remember right, just from our last couple of excursions, I don't know about Go and Rust. I've never built in them. I know .NET does it. If you ask it nicely, like you can get more output that way, but like make GCC, it's just nothing. You're just sitting there staring at this wall of text running by, and like this is all interesting and that, but are we having movement? Are we doing things? What's happening? How far along are we? How much longer are we expected to wait? Just I don't know. It could be that could be handled better, I feel. But yeah, it seems to build so far. And I don't really expect any problems here. We haven't done anything fancy here. Like, we haven't done anything different. We've just followed along. We've made sure we've got the permissions to write when we need to. This should be fine. Like, right. But yeah, I mean, we could probably even look at why not actually just go in again. Just for shits and giggles, quickly install something like this. Probably needs a bit more space. BTOB likes its space. Excuse you. Use no UTF-4. My terminal is fine. It's the SSH is probably not happy, but yeah, it's fine. I'm only seeing one working on this. No. Fuck off. home dot bash rc. Have we not set this? I will set it manually if I have to. Oh. Wait, what happened? My bash rc. Is this because we? Eh? 2 seconds. I'm confused here. We had this fixed. Kitty kitten. We may need to teach it some persistence on that. Sudo LFS. I know I interrupted a perfectly good build. What am I thinking? But no, if it's only using one core, then talk about losing the will for a second. But your Emacs is fine. So I probably want to maybe then try and do kitty kitten for LFS at that address. No, give it the password. Wait, that's not right there. You should not be connected. I come back. Oh, let me try this again. I'm just curious now. Sudo LFS Emacs dot bash rc. Okay. So you need to do that per user. It doesn't carry through. I suppose there's a way of making sudo pass some of that through, but maybe that's not what we want and need. Anyways, it's CMake flags. Oh God, we had this previously. No, this is in the setup. Home. Let me go and find it again. Setting up the environment, I think is where we need to be for a second. Yeah, none of that was done in here except, oh yeah, done here. Okay, make J, yeah, this export make flags. This should have been part of bash RC, yes? Yeah. I is confused, but J, I think Bollock, yeah, and proc source bash. Actually, I should be able to do this print env, and at the very bottom, I should see somewhere. Yeah, yes, my make flags J6. Okay, good. I do apologize. Things went awry for a second, but it is all good. Configure. I want to actually make clean and then start again. Oh, okay. No talk. Excuse you. I don't know what I'm thinking here, but somehow I went wrong. It's fine. CD sources, GCC. No, you're supposed to go in there to build, right? There's okay. Make clean. Let's do make again. And if I would have been smart, I would have had Tmox installed, terminal multiplexer, and we could have spawned a new session to then check in instead of me having to do this ugliness, but it's fine. Why not actually sudo apt install Tmox while he's building in the background? Shouldn't be a problem, really. And I think I'll enable it for my main user. Wait, sudo apt install. Forgot something. I like my little wrap around Tmux, which is Pyobu. Do Pyobu enable for this particular user, then log back in, and I should have. Wait, can you not attach like that to Tmux? I got I forgot. Okay, doesn't matter. This is weird. I should have a Biobo session, like a team terminal multiplex session that I can F2 and F3, but no. He no worky. Sure. Give me for goodness sakes, yes. UTF-A force. Sure. Trying to see if I see more. Yeah, I see a couple of make processes here, so it's definitely doing more than just one thread. Good. So whoopsie doopsie, things happen. Let's go back and jump into the GCC build, which we've configured. We're now building. We then just need to install it, and once we jump back out, fix our GCC headers. Don't need to do the CD. I can do that myself. Thank you very much. Just give me that cat monstrosity. It's like. But yeah, build. Actually, time for a break. May as well do that right now while it's building, right? And then hopefully by the time I'm back, we have a build GCC, at least the first stage of it, and then we'll see how it goes from there. If you like this sort of content, a like, a follow, a subscribe is always well appreciated. Yeah, shan't be long. And with that, I am back. Right. Are you still building? For fuck's sake. Yes, it's still building. Okay. Let me. No, try. Oh God, no. At least we didn't kill anything important. This is why I want a multiplexer. Why wouldn't I want to investigate that? Give me a new terminal. Bring it down here. No. SSH into this guy. Because I don't want it for my local machine. I only want the multiplexer on this instance, right? So why happy? Like, where would they have planted this? There, right? Bioba sourced, user bin launch, or Bioba launch, definitely true. So, like, why would that not work? Basically, this is just setting a variable from what I'm seeing here, setting it to 1. And then user bin launch. Don't know what they're doing with that dot there. But, like, there's nothing magical really here. I'm just curious. There's Bioba launch. He fucking hell. That's weird to me. Never seen that before. Tmux. Tmux works like thusly. But the keybinds are all, I don't know. Suppose we could Tmux help and see what's going on now. Or I guess I have a feeling this is gonna fail again because, oh, okay, that man page is installed. Sure. Behavioral login shell, it does that anyways. I think really the only thing I need to know is that I have a Tmux. I could now basically go kill this terminal. Where was, and then just yeah. So let me try something here. So we have this session open, right? And we obviously have some output there. Let me pause it and just say yes, sure, do it. Let me bring up another terminal. Let's SSH back into this guy. Right, first off, okay, nothing, but if I Tmux attach, but okay, cool. So that's easy enough. And I imagine you just exit out and that's it. Right, there should not be now an sorry. I have always more packages I need because I miss them. Install RG for ripgrep. Nope. Is it actually called ripgrep in Debian land? But it gets spawned with RGM and it's faster than grep. So through PSA, it's root used for all processes called Tmux. There should be none. Okay, cool. So once this thing has finished, we will go and attach a team session to it. Because then, if something happens in terms of me fucky wucking pushes on that, we can at least reattach to that existing build and not lose progress there. Show me what's Wagwan. How are we doing? Oh, this is my local machine. That's not going to tell us much. Oh yeah. This is Autogen, I think, running. Or Automake, something like that. I remember it being somewhat in the tool chain. Are we back to just one core, or are you just sort of splitting the work around at the moment with Wagwan? I'm not. No, this seems fine. Like, because that's a new session again. Okay, I need to figure out how Kitty does that and then sort of make that fixed. Oh, thank you. By the way, Ronnie, sorry, I completely missed that. So engrossed in technical stuffs. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But come on, build it. You can do it. Slowly but surely is building more. Okay. To think there for a second for the right button combo. No. No. Ah. Again, looking at the wrong machine. Also, Kitty Kitten, because just not wanting to fight. No, just do it. And then I'm going to already get that going. I think I might need to give it more cores in future because this is still taking a bit long. Also, again, I don't think it's multi-threading. I can't be sure, but I somehow don't feel it is. Which I don't. Make flags J6. That's exactly what I would expect in this environment. We have 6 cores on this VM. They done something with the configure where it messes up our handling of excuse me. What do you mean disable threads? Is this necessary for a first pass GCC build? Let's read through this. Hey Carolina, long time no see. How you doing? Nice to see you. Yes, it has indeed been a while. They're all coming out the woodworks today. Love to see it. Welcome back. Real life is a real bitch, but sometimes. Threading libatomic, all this stuff may have failed to comply when building a cross-compiler and not necessary for the task of cross-compiling the temporary libc. Right, okay, fair enough. Okay. I can see that making sense, yeah. Oh, I see Linux Warrior. But yeah, I've been busy in the Linux world. Let me walk you through it quickly. Excuse me. This is my actual host that I'm streaming from right now, FastFetch. I can type, honestly. My typing today is atrocious, but we're fine with that, okay? We're running on CachyOS, so it's a Linux 6.19 kernel, with Hyperland, so it's a Wayland compositor that we're running with. I love my Zech shell. Yeah, that's fair enough. With NVIDIA, which is always problematic on Wayland. But I'm making all that work with OBS, and today we're building Linux from scratch in a virtual machine, which literally means we build the entire compiler tool chain, everything from scratch, from source. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm fun. No, for me, this is the sort of exploration I love. And the reason I did the whole Linux thing for me was actually performance. Like I was experimenting one weekend with a dual boot system. Just dumped a Steam game on it. I can't even remember what I was playing, but it was giving me like 30 plus frames more than I was used to, and I was like, "Oh, hello there. Let me just think about this." So I took about a week of thinking, and then the next weekend I ended up having a USB stick and just reinstalling everything. How very ironic. Months done. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I honestly don't care what platform you use. I don't care what editor you use, what language you use. If it works for you, it fucking works for you. Yeah, like I may have had one or two moments where I may have had regrets in the beginning, because I really chose the ultra hard path. I have never worked with a tiling window manager before, which means, you don't get your normal conveniences like a start button and like a nice taskbar. So that was sort of the added experience, and making the hardware work was challenging at times. But I will say overall, I love the experience. And yes, it is not as convenient as just dumping a Windows 11 on it, but just the amount of extra stuff being run in the background, and even in a tiny 11, it still doesn't get better. I just gave up with it. But the fact that I literally chose over a weekend essentially to reset the entire machine to Linux. I kept one NTFS partition around, so like for my data that sort of got imported that way, that I just mounted in and then transferred it over to ext4. But not only changed to decided to do that, but also my streaming setup directly from that. It was I want to say harebrained, maybe slightly stupid, but I've enjoyed the journey. Nobara, never heard of that actually. You know, since we are investigating just technology, Nobara Linux, the Nobara project, um, oh, Fedora. Okay, yeah, okay. I see why. Okay, I see why, and it does a lot of the things that I would look for. Like, I will be honest. What sort of the desktops? Nobara experience is a KDE Plasma essentially, right? Okay, cool. And then the two Steam themes. So you use the normal KDE experience, I take it, yeah? Or the Nobara experience. But why can I not? I don't need to see this anymore. I want to understand what the compositor you're using. Does it say? I would imagine they're doing a Wayland binal. Aye. Because there was a whole thing with Xorg and X11 and Xlibra. We're not talking about that here. Um, I'm normally not a Fedora fan. I'm going to be quite honest. Like the whole Red Hat policy, Fedora policy. I've never quite warmed up to it. Like the way working with software always sort of was alien to me. I've always felt more at home in the Debian world. I will say, like the transition to Arch was, mwah. Arch for me just clicks in so many places. Um, See, there's a reason I moved away from Debian. Right, for me, there's been sort of this indication of we're losing a lot of developers in the Debian land, in the kernel space, in the really critical spaces of Debian development. With no real replacements coming in, the software starts to get a little bit outdated. You're starting to build more and more from source. You know, in that case, I may as well just go Arch, because half the stuff, if it comes from if it comes from the AUR, that's source built anyways, right? Then I just don't trust the Debian environment to last much longer unless someone really rejuvenates on how they do code changes and upstream changes. I think this is sort of one of the biggest problems that a lot of developers have, is that it is really, really difficult to deal with bugs and anything, because they don't have any bug tracking system, anything like that, to make it overseeable. It's all done via emails, and there is no actual mail list. It's literally done in mail in email chains, and uh, I there is something very appealing to me about using Gentoo, because of, you know, the inherent name relation to the Gentoo Penguin and Linux and Tux and all that. Um, but it's never quite clicked with me. I don't know. I think I even have an image somewhere flying around in my ISOs. It's never quite clicked with me. And then there is a Gentoo that's built from basically like a stage 2 tarball, and then you do things. It yeah, that is the one, right? I've never quite, and this is why I'm doing this, by the way. This is one of the reasons. For me, there was always this piece missing. Why this stage 2 thing? Why are we doing this weird, like, what's going on here? And so and I've heard of Linux from scratch many years ago, and it's always interested me. It's always been a scratch, an age that I wanted to scratch. I want to say, um, and why not do it on stream? Of course, discover it together, sort of thing. But Gen 2, I think there was there's somehow something missing, even though they try their best in documentation to explain it. Unless you do it yourself once, it doesn't quite click. Because I'm starting to sort of understand why we need the stage 2 thing, because essentially what they've done is they've took away the work of making the compiler cross chain, the cross compiler chain. I can English, the compiler chain, like all the compiler tools. Whether cross compilation or not doesn't really matter. They've took that step away and they've bootstrapped an initial kernel for us, but the rest of the system still needs to be built by you. Right, so I now start to get that a little bit more since I've started doing this today. Yeah. There's a I would say a huge leap in like learning curve, like that steepness of the learning curve is just incredible. But I felt like just going through this step-by-step process to actually bootstrap the system from scratch, as it were, made more sense for me than to actually really make it click in every single place. Right? Never say never. I'm getting 46, 44, 47 this year, and I'm still learning shit, and I'm loving it. But GCC is taking a sweet feckin' time, I'm telling you. And I think we need to build it once again later on. uh, you just did, didn't you? But no, like if something still tickles that brain itch of yours, then why not? This is why I've just spun up a VM for this and was like, you know what? Wait, let's go digging. This isn't actually technically true anymore for modern kernels. Okay, keep in mind, I think we're building like a 5 point something kernel later on. Let's just quickly jump in. And actually, what am I doing? I can just look up. We can literally just jump into our machine. Yes, go be him and go into LFS sources. We should see the Linux kernel sources here. So ls Linux star. Oh, it's a 618 kernel, so that means actually, yeah, that last statement isn't true because Rust is a part now of the kernel. I think that's more of an SE2 problem, if I'm being honest. Like they're probably pushing the boundaries on their engine as well. With that remake, I mean, so I'm sort of expecting a few birthing pains, I want to call it. So so the only languages needed now. I'm hoping this is true. I mean, okay, yeah, true. Actually, wait, Sebastian. Think about it. You're only building GCC in a C standard library, so of course you're only going to need C and C++. You're not building the kernel. Once you need the kernel, then probably we need to. Yeah, no, you can't unless you make your own. But let's not even consider that. Wondering. I'm getting a little doubtful here. Maybe they've made a conscious decision not to include Rust packages yet from the kernel. But it's coming sooner or later. Like, sooner or later, more and more of the kernel is going to get. Do they not? Oh, crap. Let's investigate. Like, things building anyway, so you know, we have all the time in the world really at the moment. Where is BLFS? Like beyond Linux from scratch, it's called. We don't need multilib. We could set up a gaming one. Steam or Wine. I don't think we need any others actually if we want to fulfill our end goal of can it run Doom. Yeah, I think this is fine. But let's check out BLFS and read it on the line. So again, you know, the System 5 version is not going to be updated anymore of Linux from scratch. They have dropped support because they just don't have the manpower for it anymore. It's an expensive undertaking to keep this up to date, I would imagine. Should be able to actually see. Getting the source packages. So maybe I should just grab those anyways. Let's go. Not the book. Yeah, something like this. Did I miss something here? No, I think this is where we're all the way from. Apparently from either Oregon or California, but let's see. Oh, that's an FTP. Let's not even bother with that. Let's just go here. HTTP 13.0. Okay. Enjoy your food. No, please don't tell me. Yeah, it's what the no. No. Please tell me there's another way of grabbing this than individual directories. This almost looks like a some sort of package repository, if I'm being honest. Missing some descriptor somewhere, but maybe that's why they do this conglomeration thing. Okay, patience, young grasshopper. Oh. I suppose we can have a look what is there under L. Is there something? There's Linux PAM, Librawl. I don't see another Linux kernel basically. That's what I was looking for. What about here? Do we have Rust? You okay? Rust binding generator. Possibly hints of it. Rust installer, there's Rust C. fairly recent version. But that would require definitely some patching of the kernel. So, optional patches, we know about those in general. Firmware devices, users, groups, Vim, Vimrc, sure. And looks like I'm gonna need to learn Vim sooner or later. So anyways, damn it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just looking quickly through these packages, just sort of trying to grab if I see where we would see Rust. Probably in this list, most likely. Then no. What was that? Anyways, that was general libraries. Exactly where I would have expected it, but sure. General utilities maybe here. No, system utilities somewhere. Oh, it's just under programming. Okay. It generates Rust bindings from C, C++ headers, yes, but that's not what we're needing. That doesn't matter. And this is literally just the Rust C compiler, I'm sure. Yeah, it's just a Rust compiler, so this is interesting. Let's look at kernel.org. As far as I know, this is part of the could be 619. In that case, we're not gonna be touching any of that because we are 618. So we're building an LTS release, which, you know what? Actually, I can see that. Just considering what we're working with, it's a full-on documentation about every single step. You want to probably be in a stable-ish way, but not just stable, but knowing that nothing much is going to change for the foreseeable future unless something horribly breaks. So this is why you would probably use a long-term LTS release, whatever. Yeah. Let me just confirm that. I feel like I'm maybe talking bullshit here, but somehow in my mind that actually makes sense. Mount LFS sources Linux 6.18.10 even, so it's not even quite a 6.18.10. That's not even quite an LTS release. It's a little older than that. Sure, we could actually pull it up with incremental patches. The previous mainline, I would, yeah. Might actually be easier almost. I'm just thinking out loud to when we're building the kernel to actually just grab the LTS kernel. I just we'll look through the documentation as it happens, right? You know what I'm actually going to try and do is make myself some notes here. As we're going through this, because as I say, we're not going to finish this in one go, right? So next time when we're actually getting into the kernel or whenever that's going to be, maybe have reminders somewhere. Okay, let me. I hope I can get some writing nicely looking. Give me you make you a little bit bigger. I need your pretty much the size of the screen because that's how I'm up, but I don't see you. Where, why no? You work here, but no showy. I have a digital pen, but will I no worky no more? Yep, it no worky. Okay. Futures have problems. Different note format. Fuck you. Wait, is this because I no. Okay, it's a. I'm gonna try quickly to unplug it and plug it back in. If in doubt, reboot. Or something like that. No mouse movement, so no working. Okay, fine. Future said problem. No, I had an app for this. Oh God, what was it called? Graph. God. Open tablet driver. Huh? Eyesconfused.com. I'm trying to. Status open. Nothing. Open tablet. Nothing. Maybe it was just maybe a user service. Sudo. No, not. Then it's not sudo Sebastian. It's just systemctl user. Status. Status no. Status open. It disabled. Inactive dead. No, correct. I make a enable, say make a null, and go make a enter. I think I crashed, but I mean, curious. Oh. No tablets are detected. Shall we try that again? No, this is fine. This is fine, honestly.
You sure?
No.
Awesome.
Open tablet, nothing. Okay, fuck you too. Okay, fuck you. Go away. You two, go away. I need. Maybe I should have kept the terminal. That would have been maybe more useful if I said here Emacs. The LFS notes dot markdown because I do like my markdown format. Let me go and put this maybe into documents LFS notes. Kernel LTS grab link for tarball. Right, copy link, and we'll probably introduce a whole bunch of regression, but we'll see how it goes. CDN kernel org, sure, there, that, boom. Then at least we have a note of it. I'll probably forget about it, by the way. I'm just saying. Yes, I made a note of it, but were we done here? I think we may have been done or not. No, we're this is just GCC for fuck's sake. Fuck. I'm trying to see if I can see some trace of it using more than one second core. So it uses optimizations there. I don't maybe think we don't necessarily see it here, but I was hoping for some other trace. Um, realizing something, we may actually be. I may be stupid and maybe hindering myself. Let me think about this for a second. Can we? I will formulate this thought once I have it formulated in my brain. This is fine. Honestly, this is fine. I'm looking for a service basically from. This will be a system service if it has been installed. Otherwise, we may need to do it ourselves. Starters, and I'm looking for VirtualBox. Snow. I think this is what's happening. We're not accelerating our VM. Now, if I am not entirely mistaken, if I interrupt a C build, it will actually pick up from where it left off pretty much. Because if this is just running on a single core, this is going to take literal fucking ages. So that is just not an option, and whoopsie doopsie. Right, stop. Let me power off. None of this is an issue. Can you do it? Do you have to actually be rude? It's fine. VirtualBox, thank you. I didn't even type the A. No, this is not. I didn't think any of this through just there. Give me a minute here. Let me sort my thoughts and my thinking, because what I need to do is bring you back up. You can just come up without a GUI, that's fine. We don't need you. Yes, I do need you for a second. I need to attach a drive. We can do this live, by the way. CDs can be changed live. I know this for a fact. Just need to find it. Except for you being a dick about it. Are you being a dick about it? Okay. Cancel this. Give me show. Give me this. Yeah, I know. I need input here. Optical devices attach. Ah. You didn't do that. Do it. I feel like you're not doing what I want you to do, which is upsetting me. Insert that guest edition CD, please. Can I get confirmation somewhere that it's mounted? Yes, it is. Okay. SSH. I don't know how this Linux handles this. I haven't dealt with CDs in a long time. It's not in mount. Is it in the media? No, there's nothing, and I don't think it would mount it automatically unless it was a GUI. Okay, let me just. Wait, can we just cheekily go like this? Only console users are allowed to run the X server. Am I not a console server? Well, okay, fair. I'm an SSH user. I'm not a console user. So let me become one. That one's on me.
No?
This, why not? No. Do we need to do the system D thing again? Change the multi-user, sorry, the default target. Or are we doing UI things? I think it's loading something. I think. Really good progress today. Really good progress. All part of the experience. This is all part and parcel of how we learn this stuff. I don't feel confident that you're actually doing something here. If I'm being honest, we're not running anything, so. Oh no. Oh, hello. Okay.
Go do your business.
Okay.
No.
Let me go and find now. This is more like what I needed. I need you to please run me the. Where is it? Run. No. This here. Do this. Open with. No. Just I need you to. Okay, wait. Do is you not executable? Run in terminal, I suppose. I don't know about this. I don't see no terminal. Where's my terminal? Yeah, maybe something dark side, please. Okay, Carolina, thank you so much for dropping in and have a nice day. Not sure about this, so let me just grab one of these guys here. And this is fine. Yeah. I mean, our virtualization gets passed through, so we should have more forms that way, but I think we're just missing out on some parts. I'm gonna shoot you in the head in a minute. This machine, I mean, like. Okay, do you know what? Fuck this. Again. I can close you as a matter of fact, and then you can come back to me. Sure, boot up, and then I'll tell you to actually get me into the desktop mode for a couple of minutes. Although, maybe, no, I don't think you will remain mounted. I doubt that. We should. Oh, okay, cool. We are getting all happy and hopeful there, but no, we need to go and do. We need to do things. I would have hoped you would have remained mounted, but no, you did not. Sure. Okay, that was one hope, but through system CTL set default. I cannot remember all the targets. Can you show me a graphical target? That's it. And then we'll just again, just for quickness and shits and giggles, reboot like this. spending entirely too much time on this fucking RAM, if I'm being honest, but it's fine. It's fine. Just a lot of fuckery that I didn't really want to be dealing with, but yeah, sure. Maybe I should have just chose QEMO. That would have maybe been the better and smarter choice. And it's starting to piss me off much longer than for next time. I may just do just that. Because I can actually easily take the actual hard drive and just transplant it over to another host. You, actually, give me just a terminal, please. I'm not gonna run anything. Just get me there. Media, all this. Right? Show me. There's a whole bunch of stuff, but I want you to please run VBox Linux Editions run.
You're bleeding.
What's he done?
I don't know, but he's bleeding.
Oh,
It's.
Patch, come here. 2 seconds, guys. Patch. 2 seconds.
Oh,
You done stupid things again in that garden. This program must be run as root. Yeah, sure. What am I doing here? Sudo exclamation mark. Go. Do it. I want you to do it. Do it now. This may take a while to build modules for other installed kernels run. We're not even going to consider that nastiness. Okay, building the modules for the other kernel.
because it has to be on your back once.
Stay. Okay, make a new kernel module. Oh, I think. I think we're good. I just need to resize.
You got your nail boy.
Excuse you. No, I don't like what you're doing there.
Stupid boy.
Me.
Oh, go right in.
Can I get you back in? No. Why you? For the love of.
Mike.
No, for the love of resizing, I can't get this bigger. It's getting smaller and smaller. For the love of, seriously, are we? Tiling window managers are sometimes a pain in the linguals. If I can remember my shortcut for getting you out of there, then that would be helpful. No, it wasn't you. It's not that. It's not. It's not that. Of course, it's not that. It was okay. It was you that I used. So yeah, let's get you out of there and let's get you. What? Reset. This is starting to get annoying. No, not that menu. Stop. Okay, stay there. Do not move. I'll bring the documentation back in a second. I think we're good here, and we can just chuck you out. Like literally, I can just remove you from there. Just do it. It's fine, right? Because we're actually gonna tell him. So I had to think there for a second. System CTL set default. Multi-user target. 103. Sudo reboot one more time with feeling, please. Oh god, not rebot, reboot. Then at least the necessary kernel modules to get everything accelerated, even in text mode, should still get loaded. Because I imagine, yes, that should be a thing. I can close you like thusly, yes. I can also bring you in. We'll boom, and we'll try SSH again like thusly. Okay. There we are. Sudo slfs. If I could type. Right. Print environment for a second. Just print environment. Sorry, print and make flux j6. Yes, do it. Good. Okay. Go back to LFS sources GCC build make. Stop. I forgot. Mux. Not make. Like anything that it sees the completed artifacts for, it should just skip and then just keeps going from where we were. Right, and also obviously forgetting that we're building 3 extra packages on top, so now it's doing MPFR, which I believe is the last one of them. Oh my goodness, again. Coming up to our last break for today. Yes. Maybe at the end of this we will have a GCC build. Maybe we won't. We will see. If necessary, I will need to dedicate more resources for it next time in terms of my VM. Just give it like 8 cores. I don't really want to push it further than that. I need to keep some space for OBS. But we'll need to see. But yeah, guys, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, subscribe. We're just going to keep building. We're going to keep building until we have a running Linux of some description. It'll be interesting. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I promise. I promise. Anyways, with that, I shan't be long, and we'll be back very, very soon. And with that, I am back. So I've just sort of figured out a little bit how to use Tmux. Control XB should be making me a new window. No, Control XB. Ah, damn it. No, Control CB. Sorry. No. Oh shit. I just interrupted that again. That's fine. Let me read that again. Control B C. Oh, I did this the wrong way around. Control. No. It's Control BC. It says, but it's not. I'm not seeing a new Tmux window. Which runs a new window command that doesn't happen. I think I may have launched Tmux wrong, but it's fine. I'll figure it out later. Not necessarily important right now. It really isn't. As long as I have a reattachable session in case something happens to my terminal. Yeah, we're still building things. We're now moving on to, if I can see, what is this? Oh, this is actually building parts of the GCC now, which means sort of the prerequisites must be built. I have a feeling we're coming actually towards the end here. I may be entirely wrong. I mean, GCC is always a big build. I know there's still MPFR stuff being built. Okay, cool. Or maybe that's just pulling it in. That could well be. No, it's building this the C compiler. That's what it's doing right now from what I'm seeing here. Cool. But yeah, no, it's moving along. It's doing things. It's XGCC now being built. So yeah, he's really sort of starting to make progress here. That's good. So we should basically have our basic compiler ready soon. We can just quickly install it. That's just basically copying stuff. Calls it. Make install. Then we need to go once and make sure that the limits.h file is complete, which includes us going out one and then bashing that in there. And now we're doing the API headers of the Linux kernel. Okay, already. Make Mr. Proper, okay.
Hello?
Yeah, see, they're using 6.18.10 again. I feel like I want to do. What am I doing? Grab me the file in documents called LFS notes and we'll literally just grab it right now. wget. Oh, for the love of. Emacs, let's do that again, please. Documents, LFS notes. That should have been copied. Yeah. I feel like I want to grab the actual LTS release. So, I'm trying to understand this at the moment. The Linux kernel needs to expose an application programming interface API for the system's C library, glibc, in LFS to use. This is done by way of sanitizing various C header files that are shipped in the Linux kernel source table. Make sure there are no stale files embedded in the package. Make Mr. Proper. So this is in the actual API headers, which is Linux 6.18 whatever tilde xz. So let's go and extract it. I should probably say what I want to do instead of just giving it a file. 6.18.21. Right. Oh, thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, thank you. I don't know if I said it, but rather make sure. Let's just go straight into that. 6.18.21. We're not in the directory. Make Mr. Proper. It's literally just a cleanup. Don't know what's gonna happen, but okay, it's done. Make headers. Then we find user include type any file of type name age and delete it. And copy our user include basically into that. That makes sense, okay? Or the other way around, as a matter of fact. Find user include of type file with anything not. I imagine that's basically saying not with the name h, .h at the end, so only the C++ files. That's what we're actually saying here, I think. Also, dash name. So star.h, basically exclude all .h files, delete everything else. And that's how, yeah, of course, we're extracting headers. CPRV recursive, and then grab everything I include. And dump it into LFS user. Okay, so that basically means now the Linux kernel headers are now present in our actual LFS user includes. So they can be basically used within the compilation context there. Right. And we did do all of that, right? Like, user include ASM. I imagine so. Okay. glibc. First, create a symbolic link for the LSB compliance. Additionally, for x86-64, create a compatibility symbolic link required for proper operation for the dynamic library loader. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna get just a little copy pasta. Look at our architecture, and in our case, we don't need to do this whole case thing. We can literally just do the linking just as is, I think. Fuck it. I don't see why it should be, because we were not having any other system, but fine. Okay, now we're patching. Okay. Oh wait. I fucky wuck it. should have failed as a matter of fact. But no, I can fix it. I can fix it. Basically, what I need to do is remove the two links in lib64. Right, so in LFS, there is under lib64 apparently now two files, and we just let's just kill them both because they're definitely not linked right. Right. Just because this is glibc where we were still in the Linux kernel, I've fucky wuckied. Right. Come back out of here. I think I need to remove the Linux kernel, by the way. Like the extracted version of it in any case. Right. Because we've took the headers and they're now in LFS. They're fine there. We just need to now go and extract glibc yep, do that. Then we go into it. And do nope. Not that yet. We need to go and first do the linking of those files. That should I think we're actually fine with this because this is a relative link from where this sits. I think this would literally just go up two directories. It doesn't care about our local about our locality here. Right, then just it's basically pointing syntactically directly at that rather than the physical location. Well, not physical, but yeah. Okay, I get it now. Now we should be able to apply this patch. Right, it's literally just going one directory up, finding the patch file that's already existing there, and the patch applying it as its definitions go. Seems fine. Okay, now we actually make the build. Make dir build. C build. Right, what's this? Ensure that ldconfig and solution utilities are installed into user sbin. Okay. Echo roots bin dir, all one word, lowercase equals user sbin. Forward that into config parms. Parm. Should be now file here, exactly like thusly. Sweet. Let's do the config for glibc. Enable kernel 5.4. Sure, that's probably backwards compatibility, I imagine. It's gotta be, right? Configure. I fucky missing 1 point. 1 dot. Bless you. Oh, he Dunskies. Okay, cool. And then I imagine we just make. No, I've had no failures with parallel build. So make, and then make install with that as the target. Okay, sure. Let's go and just compile it first. This shouldn't be too terrible. C standard library. Too terrible. I'm not even sure what that even means anymore in our context. So basically, they're saying here that if you fucked up anywhere along the process, you really should run this make install command to specifically say, destination is actually in LFS. We can run make install. We have the context set. I'm confident. I'm just looking quickly through something. This is literally just verifying that we've done everything right, I think. Okay, cool. While you're building there, we can make that a bit bigger. And basically we're doing a scan for something in user bin LDD. Just fixing a hard-coded path, fair enough. Now that our cross-tool chain is in place, it is important to ensure that compiling and linking will work as expected. We are just performing some sanity checks. Sanity checks with me? Yeah, a bit late for that, but it's fine, honestly. And then we would essentially, should be no errors, and the output is the last command of the last command will be allowing for platform specific differences in the dynamic link name. Requesting program interpreter slash lib64 slash ld linux x64 x86 64 SO2. Okay. Note that this path should not contain mount LFS or the value of the LFS variable if you used a different one. Yeah, this is basically done during compilation, but we're setting our compilation route to be within that. So yeah. I feel like this should all be skippable, if I'm being honest. We're not doing anything special in terms of platform or architecture. We're not truly cross compiling. We're just making a native compiler toolchain at the moment from the same platform. That this should be fine. Honestly, I'm not too worried about running all of this. If I'm being, no, we'll literally just run make install after that is done, and then we built libstd C++, which is essentially the same as this, but just for C++. Okay. Right, okay, so basically we had to defer its installation when we built GCC in the first pass because libstat C++ depends on glibc, which we're right now just building. It wasn't available at that point. That's okay, cool. So here's again the point where we absolutely should have, deleted first and then come back in and make this completely new. Because now we're building with a new configured context as well, I imagine. Yeah. And it'll now have access to the libraries that we've just built for ourselves here. That makes sense, okay. But essentially, you could literally, if you have the right host architecture in mind, you could do cross compilation of a Linux kernel to any platform from these instructions alone. Which I love that. You just need to figure out, okay, what's the hardware platform that I'm using? You do a bit of Google Foo and find your thing, and it's probably also mentioned in the actual like kernel sources that's probably where it starts. But it'd be probably easy enough to find the string for that. At the moment, this just looks like a bunch of this like deep down basic mathy things that's building right now. The definitions for and teaching the kernel basically how to deal with any of that. Regexes of go away. But no, this is I'm fun with just sort of this exploration and, as I say, figuring out the individual puzzle pieces or Lego pieces that make Linux actually work in the way that we see it at the end. And like Gen 2 is maybe a first good step, but for me, as I say, I felt a bit disconnected there from that initial package that you somehow boot, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, but now you need to build everything. You're like, but how did we get here then? So this I like a lot. You can actually see the entire process in this still sort of an isolated environment, although it would be absolutely conceivable for me to do this on my machine too, provided I change the boot stuff to Lemine, because I just use a different bootloader, but I can make it easy enough to recognize a different Linux partition. Like that wouldn't be the most terrible part, but yeah, like it would be possible and doable. But yeah, it's one step at a time. And then cross-compiling temporary tools after that, okay. Well, this is involved, like, and there's a lot of technical knowledge involved to really figure it all out, but sure. I'm game. And we were only in chapter 5 out of... Do I actually want to see this right now? I mean, we will move faster next time, because obviously we've wasted like 2 hours this time just dealing with a VM to start with. Okay, it's not terrible. 11 chapters all in. The worst one's going to be basically building the basic system software. That's literally just rinse and repeat, going through all these packages, making sure we install them all in the right order and with the right build options. So this is sort of the temporary build chain. This is where we're then starting to get a bit more now geared towards our system, where we could almost boot it from there, I think. Like this is, I think, all the core stuff like this. Bash, there's core utils is essentially like your most basic commands. They're all in there, like your cd, ls, or is it in bin utils? I think. No, this past 2 of bin utils, so I think it's core utils. So file, div, find utils, gawk. So part of the compiling tool chain gets rebuild, patch, make. And then, yeah. Then we're literally ready to boot. Well, not quite boot. So chroot is essentially almost like booting into a new Linux kernel, but you still keep your active one alive. You're just changing the context of where your root lives. You're not messing so much with actual booting from a kernel. It's more that you're changing the context of where you are doing all your operations from. Think of it as like a changing of directories, but you're moving actually your /root to that place for a while. So you can't actually like just cd back out and damage the whole system from there. It's almost like a new shell in a way, I think. And then basic system software, man pages, Etsy, glibc again. It's like pass 3, I think, of it. Now it's GCC and bin utils pass 2. But I feel like glibc, that's another pass on glibc, because we're building it right now. Well, we're doing the cross-compiler toolchain still, that's fair. This is actually the native one. zlib, bzib, xz, the whole bunch of compression stuff here, readline file, very basic stuff. PCRE, I can't remember at the moment. M4, BC Flex, or build system stuff. Sort of rebuilding our entire software stack for rebuilding good software, so to speak, with all the necessary tools and debugger, even I think. Network access, graphics, basic database stuff. SQLite is easily used as a single flat file database to just store a bunch of stuff in. Ninja, Meson, build systems again. There's our core utils again, built from scratch, fair enough. Grub, bootloader. So literally getting ready to just build the entire system and make it bootable. Network configuration is going to be straightforward for us. We don't need to worry about any Wi-Fi. We just need to we'll worry about the hardware implementation, like how it's gonna find the right one. We'll worry about that. But IP address we just grab from DHCP. Then creating the file system or fstab file to recognize how the file system is built, and then set up grub on the boot sector, essentially rebooting the system, and you have a naked Linux. Okay, I might actually get through this next Friday with a bit of luck, depending on how fast builds go. There is a lot of software to get built. I might see this big block. If it gets too boring, I might sort of stop after chapter 7. We'll jump into some programming or something if it need to be, and I will just brute force number 8, unless someone's really interested in seeing all of it. I'd be happy to show all the packages being built, but most of it will be us just staring at this build screen, if I'm being honest. Like, that's only entertaining for so long. So, I may just brute force this part. But I think it'd be interesting still to get, like, getting our temporary tools cross-compiled and then getting into the base environment. Although this is actually all I would need to, yeah, no. This is fine, literally just go maybe just up to E2FS, stop there, we can work through the rest, and then make network and bootable, and all is good. And then see what we can do with that machine and play around to make graphics work and all that. But the future set problems. We'll see. Okay, we'll see how next Friday goes, how long these builds take. I don't imagine all of these are terrible. Like, there's nothing standing out as out to me as big as the kernel or glibc CMake, like not CMake, what do you call it, the actual GCC. Like, those are the 3 big ones. And we'll have to do it again, but we'll hopefully get a bit more performance by then by having multi-threading available for him, because he was obviously instructed not to. Let's actually quickly look at that. Where's the configure? Disable multilib, which is fair, yes. Disable libatomic because it should already be available. So yeah, I feel like this should be a bit better. 4.5 standard build units. Okay. How long is glibc? 1.4 standard build unit? Yeesh. how long did GCC was one of the big ones here. That was 3.8 standard built units, so we should be fine getting through this today. This one here, like glibc should be doable. We'll just need to make install it once it's done. Yeah. So what we'll probably need to do as well is make myself a note where we are. I think that would be useful. Emacs. Grab me please your documentos. LFS notes. Yes. I will maybe make a readme of this. I don't know yet. There's progress, we'll call it. I'm missing all the buttons. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yes. There's our page. Thanking you. Fantastic. Good. Do it, please. I don't want to do it, but I'm going to make another terminal and do this whole thing again and ask please for btalk to tell me about. Yeah. I forget. UTF force. I don't like to force myself, but I apparently need to this time. Gotta get that bratty attitude out of this machine here. Oh, I think we are getting, no, I don't know. But this looks definitely like a multi-core build-ish. What am I seeing here? Is it filter? No, okay, I see parallel M flag is set. So that indicates to me that you are indeed using multiples thereof. Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. Right. Oh my goodness. And then lib std C++ should be a lot faster. It's like only putting 2 standard build units. Are we getting somewhere? Where we at? A lot of text flying by, trying to parse it. I can't. I think we're at the X's. I think we were nearly done here. Get a sip. Get some juice. Hey! Just enough. No, go lie down. Go lie down. There's. Go to lie down. Go on. Yes, oh, good. Make install. That's what I was looking for. I see the right path being applied, so we're good. You know, we have a few extra minutes. Why not do some of these checks at the very least? Just to sort of confirm sanity. Oh, also, I'm realizing we're not quite done. Yeah. Make install. Oh God,
No,
permission denied. Wait, what?
just stop. No, no need for it. Yeah, no need for it.
What do you mean?
No need for it at all.
Permission denied. Where? Permission denied. Cannot create regular file user libc. Yeah. Did I just close my own system here? Well, not my own system, of course, but the VM. You know, that'd be so funny if we had to start from scratch next time. No, I wouldn't actually do that to you guys. I would actually get it up to this point. Just literally over the weekend or something. Make flags. Where's my LFS? Mount LFS. That's where you were set to. I may have just hosed part of my system. Why? User install should just you had a prefix set, did you not?
You've done something, haven't you?
This is not fine because actually if this failed that means it couldn't. Right, it couldn't write to the host file system. I think I'm actually still okay. I I have a giddy feeling in the bottom of my stomach. Like, let's do this in the right way and see what happens when we make install. Because that's also required. We just need to reinstall it. I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'm honest.
No. I'm not going out with that ball. No. Go away down then.
I mean, the fact that it failed, it's got to be good, right? That I mean, the thing is, LFS, the user LFS, isn't a sudoer. He has no rights in anywhere near breakable territory. Like, we may or may not be okay. We'll see. You apparently have done the build, however. Now let me go and see what your output from your first check is. Said something, and now that I fix a hard-coded path, let's do that.
No.
That apparently just succeeded without complaining. Yes, sanity checks. Please do this echo thing. All right, you're doing an int main, and then you're running it through that compiler. Ooh, 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 ooh. Curious. Yeah. Let me paste that in. Can we? I think I'd be asking too much to print right now, unless that's just me being trying to fancy. Just no, just do the log because then I need. Oh, no, I should have std. Just stop, Sebastian. Stop sidetracking. Requesting program interpreter lib64 LD Linux, yeah, SO2. That sounds about right. Also, out of curiosity, we should have an A out as an actual executable actually. No? Where did you create this? Oh, you didn't. You just, I think that just got piped. Yeah, I think that just got piped somewhere and we're just seeing the logs. Dummy log. Right, okay. But that check was good anyways, so let's do this other one.
Patch.
And let's see. SCRT, CRTI, and CRTN all succeeded, yes?
I'm not playing that with that ball. No.
Grep. We should now see basically such that here. Mount LFS, tools, lib, GCC. Yeah. Include fixed mount LFS. Yeah, this all looks good.
You're not playing.
Search there. Use a lib, use a local lib. Yeah, this all looks good. Next one, using correct. Libc. Nope. Attempt to open succeeded. Found dummy log. I mean, these are literally just sanity checks, and they could have actually put this just as a little script as they did with the version check, if I'm being honest. It's more about passing the information and understanding that, yeah, this is right, this is how it is supposed to be on my machine. But I love the book in itself. It's very explicit and very well written in that way. So found that. So we can basically just remove A out and dummy log. I knew there was a dummy out, an A out. Can we just not run that A dot out? They are normally just executable. I mean, I don't expect it to do anything, but we also didn't get back an error. Otherwise I would see a 0 here. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't see a 0 here. I would see a return result of anything but 0. Okay, cool. You know what? I want to push a little bit further, just out of curiosity. And libstd C++ is very small in SBUs. Let's maybe see if we can pull that off quickly. So jump out of libc. We're done with it for now. Blip, not blip. Glipsy. Oh yeah. Let's actually make sure we do this. Patch. Go lie down. Removed directory, yes, then we now go libstd c that. So we tar xbf libstd no. Oh, GCC.
No, no.
Okay. That. Sorry, my fault. Jump in, go build. This should be a fairly quick build because we're just building very small part of it. So make their build. RMRF their build. But like that's not going to be a thing. We're not working in a dirty directory. Make their build. CD. I can think. Here's our configure. This is the one that's going to be sort of interesting to start with. Go do. Because this is now starting to, starting to try and compile against our actual compiler build chain that we've built so far, or part of it. Like libc is now getting referenced here. Sure, this is literally our implementation that's getting referenced at this point. And it's checking if it's sane, which so far it seems to be. Looks fine. Then let's just run a make on that. This looks fine so far. Yeah, it's even using here from our actual, no, not just from sources. I'm sure I'd seen something where it's using our proper libraries that we built. It's a lot of text run past it, it's fine. What's he doing here? Build includes. Right, okay, but then basically make sure again we do this dir thing with elif pointing at the LFS variable before we install. Otherwise, bad things. Bad juju. I think we're not going to necessarily see path traces of what it's building with, but it's set to use that as a host. So that's basically what it's now using as its source of truth for libc, for how to compile things. And there it is, basically done. Let's go and try and install C++ standard library. And then we need to go and get rid of apparently a bunch of stuff there because harmful for cross compilation. So control, God, again with that. Control C, Control Shift V. Let me removed. Okay, good. Cross compiling, temporary tools. That is basically now our next big step. And this is exactly the point to do the thing, right? And let me, I guess, we can actually power off. There's nothing stopping us powering off right now. We're not to root it. We've just built a bunch of tools. Our user is capable of doing this. So yeah, goodbye. 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 Super power off. Yes, indeed. Let's say thank you to Noise Controllers for some entertainment. Let me go and change to the thing for the raids, and let me go and find some target to raid out to. Want to say thanks for everyone today for attending and for joining, having fun. I should probably make sure. Yeah, no, that's fine. There's no audio from that. Let me go and have a quick look who's online and what they're doing. Ooh, could do. Yes, good idea. Let's go and do a Control C and let me go and raid out to Mr. So. I should hope to see a thing there. Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much today. It's been amazing. I've had a ton of fun. We will now next build, as I say, more stuff and then Linux from scratch. Honestly, no, this is good. Let me go and copy our raid message. I can't. Come on. There we go. Strengths and numbers. I think Frosty finally fixed their double messaging thing in titles. Looks much better. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Love yous all. Couldn't do this without yous. It's as simple as that. And with that, peace out and bye. Oh, I need to push a button. That would help, right?